not going to say it this week.
Dang it. Fine. Oh.
With your mother.
You will. Yes, guilt always works when you guilt people. You know, it works. People give it. So if those were wondering what's going on, well, I don't know either. Brain, do you know? I don't. I
I'm like Marv Throneberry in the old Miller Lite commercials. I still don't know why they asked me to be here.
I never left. All right, so tonight is obviously Thursday night, and I thank you guys for showing up. Don't expect a huge crowd, but I do appreciate the people that do show up. And that being said, so on Thursday nights, if you're new here, that's Evil Black Cat. He always says that every week. It's his catchphrase. Meow, motherfuckers. I guess he must be Robert De Niro's cat. That's the only thing I can think of. All right, and so on here, it's the best of the week, best comic books of the week. So that I shouldn't really explain it every single time. Just like Puppetine says, "Hi, I'm Puppetine," every single freaking time he does a stream. But for those who don't know who I am, I'm RDV, and to the right of me is Eric Breen, and this is the Geeky Puppet Show. And there are no puppets tonight. Tuesdays and Thursdays are puppets free. It's in part of the YouTube contract.
We're all puppets dancing to the tune of the man.
Ash, I don't know. What are you doing here? Ash, I wasn't sure if this is your off week, if you're week that you can do stuff.
Send him a link. If he shows up, then we'll know what week it is.
It gets so hard.
That's what you get for having skills. See, if you don't know how to do anything, nobody asks anything of you.
So if I just had Skittles, I'd be better. But all right, so kind of a light week for me this week. Usually like we're from 11 to 18. But yeah, so I only have 8 books this week. And Ash is saying this is technically my week off, but I'm house sitting.
I'm sitting in the house too. I mean, aren't you?
I'm actually standing. I've lost a few feet.
Oh.
Happens you don't pay your bookies.
Yes.
Pay your loan sharks off, but yeah, even though I got only a few books this week, there was a lot of good books that came out this week, especially a lot of new number ones. Some returning writers to some franchises that they haven't done in a while. I could use a crappy mic. Well, I don't have any crappy mics to give you. I'm sorry, but if you got one, you go ahead. I don't care. It'll just sound like you're on the radio, or calling in on the radio. I should say. Traffic controller.
Very trusty.
Doomcock, is that you? Sorry. Let's go on, Trusty. I hope your son is doing well. Prayers for your son. Trusty had shared with us last night that his son is having dental. I guess he has a dental surgery coming up today or something. But he had a really bad toothpick, where his son actually got sore and threw up. Man, still, man, it would be 27 years old. I don't care how old you are. You get abscess, tooth, like stuff. It just knocks your ass off on the floor. I've had it before, and it sucks.
Pain hurts at any age.
I think at some ages you just can't feel it anymore, right?
I wish.
it's where that nerve no longer works anymore, so you don't feel the pain.
It doesn't work that way.
You think it would.
In fact, that's about the only thing that continues to work consistently throughout one's life are the pain receptors.
All right. All right. So you want to start off this week?
No.
About a few books? You want me to go through? All right.
Why buck tradition?
Why buck? I guess so. I agree with you. We probably should do that now. All right. So I gotta say, my number 8 is a book that usually it's actually, yeah. Usually it's a little higher on the list, but this week it's not as much. And that is Captain America. This is let me full screen. What am I doing here?
I don't know.
I'm losing my memory too. We're talking about pain receptors. So this is kind of weird though, because usually he's not the Sentinel of Liberty. I think they changed the name. He's a symbol, isn't he? Usually the symbol of truth, or symbol of liberty. But for some reason they put down Sentinel of Liberty, because the Sentinel of Truth is the other book with Sam.
Oh,
yeah, and so Cap pretty much forms his own little team in here. He brings in basically they're using I guess an old secret base under New York. I'm not sure what it's tied to, whatever. But Nick Fury's here. We got Black Widow, Hawkeye, Sharon Carter, and of course Peggy Carter. Just get rid of Peggy Carter, it'll be fine. So
basically, he's the second least capable person on that team.
Which one?
Well, Hawkeye's the least capable, then Cap, and then
yeah,
then the gals and Nick are all tied for the most capable.
Yeah. So I gotta say, this book is the cracks are starting to show on this for me now. I'm just not a fan of them bringing in Hawkeye. Oh wait, I shouldn't be here. I'm part of the Thunderbolts. No, you're not. But
No,
it's like I say, it starts off because Cap was shot in the arm last time and basically fell in the water. He's sitting on the shore feeling sorry for himself. I don't want this shit. Sorry, I don't want that. I know Cap's an emotional person. He's whenever it comes to Bucky, he's always torn up. But how many times can he be torn up about Bucky? Winter Soldier was enough for me. But because Bucky went undercover, we're introduced to Namor. You drop this, buddy. Here's your shield. And then they talk about the old times as far as the invaders, which we get a little callback to that in here. I'm not really a fan of Namor. Is like, what would you say his look looks like in this? Steven Seagal? But
yeah,
it's kind of weird.
No, it does.
Yeah. But he basically gives Cap a pep talk. He's saying, like, don't worry about this. It's like yeah, what he says, because Cap asked me, hey, do you want Chad to join me? He's like, and Namor's like, no, I got so much shit going down below. I don't care about your surface stuff. And he leaves. And right now Steve's been working with his own team of older people. We have, I guess his name's Dynamite or Destroyer, as he used to be back in the day. He's been working with him is basically because there's a secret organization that's going on since before even the invaders.
Of course there was.
Yes, that's what's starting to irritate me now. I'm just so he basically forms his own team of all his older contacts from the war and stuff. He goes into Bucky's. It basically starts off him basically being depressed about Bucky leaving. Goes to Bucky's apartment. Everything's there, and then Bucky left this crystal or it is unknown. It's basically an explosive, like a gem or rock. But that's not even So then we get a little thing here with Sharon Carter coming in because she'd been following him. He tries to fight her, but then of course she gets the upper hand on him, and then they just basically have sex. So I was like, oh, it's looking up for
I
Cap.
thought Steve was with Peggy now because movies.
So, nope. They do mention how Steve's arm, even though his arm was broken, it usually heals within 2 weeks because he's a super soldier. I'm not sure how accurate that is, but they go down to the little subway thing. She takes him there, and then like I said, they get past all these stupid ads for Captain Britain. The little team there, everybody's getting together. They have their little meetings. It's revealed because they're saying, what did he say? He said, McClane, there was, who here knows about the name Daniel Aboge or Agobe? Or anyway, he was a metallurgist who worked with Dr. McClane on his shield. Nick Fury says, yeah, he was metallurgist, worked on your shield, and so Steve's like, no, well, he took the credit, but the shield is never his work. claimed he fell asleep and a miracle happened. The miracle was Dr. Abaje, Wakandian dispatch. Basically, the Wakandians made the shield and not Mr. McClane, even though we saw a couple of issues before him making the shield, pouring the adamantium. So they're retconning everything. That was another thing.
They are.
Yes. Like I said, I'm probably going to drop this issue. We're going to drop this comic, actually. But
last 5 years, Marvel has undone everything that Stan and Jack did.
Yeah.
Everything. Good thing there's so much better creators than Stan and Jack ever were.
No. The artwork's at least decent in this, but I mean, like you said, I don't know if it's because of Marvel, but usually these guys are write better than this when they're over at DC.
And what Roy Thomas level writer wrote this?
Oh, this is Kelly and Lansing.
Yeah.
So then we get the cliffhanger basically because Steve wakes up. It's like they found basically there's a trap that they're gonna set for this underground. I guess they're called not Nomad, but they're called I forget what they're called. Dude says it here, but basically all you need is a secret organization that basically controls everything. Daughters of Liberty didn't control anything. That's been retconned because now these people control it. It's Marvel. Like I said, to point out, since 2015, since Secret Wars, I think that was Bendis, nothing matters anymore because they killed the 616. So, what are they retconning? That's my question, because they killed that. Unless you're trying to say this is still 616. But
yeah, like I said, I still wouldn't read this, what passes for comics at Marvel, but it would be one thing if they were just not writing good stories. But more often than not, they're writing not good stories while destroying everything that came before it, and that's what I have a problem with. And
all right, and so number 7 is Daredevil, which beat out that because basically we're getting more pacifist Daredevil, who basically is connected to everybody's feelings now. Not just, senses. He has another sense now where he feels everything now. I'm like, he's an empath now? What the hell is this shit? Because it has to do with the fist. And he basically broke everybody out of prison. One guy was doing his Bullet. Stegman, Dr. Stegman, I think his name was. I'm trying to figure what.
So he broke Sam Bullet out of jail?
Yeah. Basically, because he needs killers in order to kill people to hand. He needs people who can actually kill. So he got the villains, and the villains, are giving him. He's just like, I'm tired of this where we just leave people in the Rikers, let them the rot. This is a rehabilitation of the island. They can't leave the island, but they're basically free. They're not in padded rooms or cells, and when they're he's trying to build them in the army, and the guy says, "Cut the bullshit. You traded us from one prison to another prison." And I love that actually someone's calling out Daredevil on this shit. Meanwhile, Elektra's going around. She's trying to confirm make sure that because they previously learned that the Hand's plan was basically to replace everybody, all the key figures on the world. And so she goes to France to go to the president to check to make sure that he's not already been compromised. And when she gets there, she's confronted.
I have a question.
Sure.
Have you looked at the leaders around the world right now? I think the Hand might have the right idea.
I know.
Just saying.
So when she gets there, and this is I don't know. This might be because Iron Man's in this, and of course, this is the one thing. I mean, I'm all for Tony being like an expert on some things, his armor and fighting stuff, but I like him also being surprised too. But so Tony ends up arriving there. He's like, you're not step away from the president, and so she's like, oh, cool. And while they're fighting, basically Daredevil shoots a little laser at her, and there's cool art. I'll give you that. We even had, and that's the thing I forgot to mention. That's the other guy, Fancy Dan's in this.
So Iron Man. So it really. So do they ever? Okay, did they acknowledge that the last time we saw Iron Man and Daredevil, Daredevil was lecturing him for not giving all his money to the poor?
No,
Of course not.
no. Because that was in a different series.
Oh, that's right.
This is only issue 6.
Now, does Tony get a phone call or get like a text in his armor from Patsy telling him to bring home the milk and bread and everything?
Nope, that's not even mentioned at all. So, of course, Tony gets shanked. I guess some Symkarian steel, I think say it is. Or some Symkarian. I guess that's the country that what's her name is from?
Silver Sable.
Silver Sable, yeah. And he's like, "What? How do you do it?" It's like, it's like she says, it's 1 nanometer thick at its edge. The blade always finds its way in.
Bullshit.
No, it's just ash. What do you mean ash?
It's just me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Yeah. That's a crappy mic, man. I want to hear your good mic.
Well, I'm not at home where I have my Yeti set up. I'm just on some earbuds.
I always come with my Yeti right here, Eric Breen.
Can I leave now?
So overall, like I said, it's she ends up killing the fake president and stuff. It's like I said, Zdarsky's losing his edge.
Honestly, it sounds like this Daredevil series doesn't sound anywhere near as good as the previous one.
Yeah, and so it's the point where I'm like, okay, cool, what's going on here? And then of course, this is the one reason I'm probably gonna drop this because I don't care about Punisher. I'm done with this.
So Marvel finally practices a tiny bit of continuity.
Yep.
To remind you that the Punisher we like will never be seen again.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's knife wielding, whatever the hell, school shooter Punisher. Awesome.
I think it's hilarious that slicing people up with swords, totally fine. Shooting someone, bad. Like it's just it's so moronic. Like you can murder people as long as you use the right weapon.
Mm-hmm.
See, Austin clearly doesn't know how it works around here. He says there's nothing stopping me from leaving.
I'll hit that bomb in your head.
Massive guilt.
No, it's Suicide Squad. There's a bomb in his head.
Oh shit.
All right, so that was my number 7. My number 6 by Dan Abnett, Vampiro Red Sonja. Now, I gotta say, these are 2 characters I do like, but I mean, his writing is just gets better and better as I read Dan Abnett's writing. I don't think he's missed a beat since his Aquaman days. So we're trying to look at it.
I'm reading Austin P's comments.
Oh, you're like looking in. I'm like, is he trying to look past the glare?
No, I've actually got that cover. So
yeah.
So of course you guys got that cover.
Oh, did you see the other ones? The other ones were cartoons.
Yeah.
That's a good cover. I'm not knocking it, but it's
you would never see this at Marvel.
It's also a very obvious pick. Like you're like, oh, I'm so shocked that Venkman and Breen got that cover.
No, it really was that or Scotty Young like covers.
Yeah.
And
I would rather
it's a good cover. I'm not knocking it.
No, but I'm saying
the fact that it's overt cheesecake, that's just a bonus.
I know, right? But if Finch actually did his black and white one like I got like the other week, I would have got that. But there was no black and white Finch cover.
So what's going on, Finch?
You know what he's doing instead? He's doing Walking Dead Spawn variants. Why? The Walking Dead has nothing to do with the deluxe. So you now got Spawn covers with Rick, and then
that's kind of. I gotta say, I'm kind of a sucker for that. It's the big anniversary of Spawn. Like,
I know. Also, I mean, I doubt you can find those books. Are probably more expensive because of the variants. But especially learning about the Walking Dead Deluxe, is that that book is never going to be collected. He said it's just going to be you got to buy the prints as they are now, the color one. Because I don't know. He said that about Skybound X, and that was collected.
Well, technically, he only collected the
Walking Dead things.
Yeah, the Rick Grimes 2000 story. The rest of the Walking Dead is not, or the rest of the Skybound X stuff has not been collected.
Yeah, I mean, I would have just bought the Rick Grimes one. I really didn't care for the other stories, but for other people, that's cool.
But you only know that because you read them. I like some of the other stories.
So, Breen, you got this. You got a chance to read it too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, I'm liking this, even though Vampirella is behind, this energy field, and they all think that she's the daemon. She's the they put an A in front of the E for demon.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Vampirella or a Red Sonja book. It feels more like a Project Superpowers.
It is,
and basically, it's let's be honest. The star of the book is the little kid that Dynamite. And Kid Dynamite, I guess.
Do you know what she reminds me of? A better version of that crappy Green Lantern character they introduced.
Yeah.
Literally. So basically, they're all freaking out because they have no contact with basically the Black Terror's Polar Earth. They had to use Maranya. Not Maranya.
They're using Maranya. What?
Yeah, no, I saw her Hotel California. That's why I was confused. No, they use Vampirellas. Use a dark magic spell, and these guys are they're basically Tony Starks. Remember in Civil War? Oh, magic and real. This is science. You're all super project dicks. Basically, they're project super dicks because only one of them, the new girl, realizes, you know what? Maybe this girl, this Vampirella or this demon, a vampire, isn't responsible for everything. It's bad just because one guy says it is, or and so. Of course, Red Sonja is doing what she does the best. She's like, I want to kill them all. She's like having fun on the planet.
I'm not a big fan of Sonja Hulk.
That's because her translator's on the fritz.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So her translator, when they got it, it doesn't really work for her because they discovered it by accident. So it doesn't really work with her as well. So that's why it comes off like Hulk speak. But even though it adds more fun to it because she's just, I don't know, she's like, they're like, because she's with the rest of the team that went on the Black Terror's his planet, and they're fighting against monsters, demons, and they're like, what do we do? Our science isn't working. She's like, you steal, and because Black Terror's like, you brought your own sword. He's like, yeah, you use steel to fight magic, and she's just like killing all of them. Of course, we lose one of the heroes on that mission, and they're all kind of retreating, and he's like, we need a plan. It's like, steal his plan. She's like just wants to go keep fighting. Meanwhile, the little girl is talking to Vampirella and learning how that Vampirella actually isn't the problem, and she's gonna let her go.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if you were buying this series thinking you were going to get a cheesecake Sonja and Vampirella, you're going to be disappointed.
What?
If you just want like a fun story, fully clothed, I might add.
Yeah.
Here you go.
So, all right.
It's kid tested and mother approved.
Venkman tested, kid approved.
I'm disappointed, and I didn't even buy it.
All right. So my number 5.
Sexist.
Gargoyles. I had fun with this. Now I did not. At first, I was a little confused, and I realized it's continuation of the 2006 comic book series they put out. So I know there's a 90s, but this connects to the 2006 run.
It's current year. That should be Galgoyles. Come on, Marvel, be better.
Galgoyles.
Galgoyles.
Oh. So they introduced some new characters in here since the last run. Some of the Gargoyles have offspring now. Because apparently there's now Gargoyles that were in Japan as well. But it keeps surprising me at the show. If you're a fan of the show, it keeps in the same humor, everything. And just like it was in the show, Goliath, the main guy on the cover. And I read this with Keith Davis as his sweet, sexy voice. because that's how I remember it in the show. Yeah, he's pretty much has a relationship with the cop, the female cop in here.
Is that being published by Disney?
No, it's Disney's. It's Wiseman, who is the creator of the show, is doing this for Dynamite.
Oh, that's Dynamite doing that?
Yeah.
Oh,
because IDW has lost all their IPs pretty much. IDW was doing all the Marvel stuff. Remember? All the little Marvel comic books, kids comic books for Spider-Man stuff. Yeah. I don't think they're doing it anymore.
I think they've got one in the grave and one on appeal right now.
So here's the callback cover to the original one, the 90s. Like I say, this every time I see this, it reminds me of Prime, the Malibu Comics.
Yeah.
So, overall, fun story. It just kind of picks up kind of where the cartoon and the 2006 comic book kind of left off. They're working together with the cops, but and the whole premise is it wasn't the show. They will not. The humans were afraid of us back in the day. We used to live side by side, but then they became afraid. Cast a spell on them. It basically catches you up if you've never watched the show or even read the comic book. And even Black Cat, that's mean. I wouldn't even say that. Have more respect for IDW.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm just continually amazed that Disney owns the biggest comic publisher in the world, and it's being made by Dynamite.
I know, right? You'd think they do everything there, but they realize that, oh crap, no one's gonna read it if it's a Marvel book. If they put it in somewhere else, they might read it.
I just
we don't trust our employees at Marvel to do it right.
Yeah, it's great.
Oh, that's because all the talent that Marvel has is working on Star Wars books.
Now, I gotta say though, when I learned who the writer is, or not the writer, but the artist, it's George Kambadias. If you don't remember that name, he's the one that wrote John Carter. Came out last year. Remember that cartoonish art?
John Carter?
Yeah, remember they did a John Carter comic book recently.
No, I don't remember that.
So the guy put cartoon art on John Carter. It looks horrible, but for here it fits because it's a cartoon book. So you're gonna get this cartoony art in here from this what you call them, artists. And,
so what you're saying is that the John Carter looked like Gargoyles cartoon.
What I'm saying is that it didn't fit John Carter. John Carter was not supposed to look anything like cartoon. This is a cartoon universe separate from everything else.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So that would, if I had opened to John Carter and saw that art, I'm putting it back on the shelf immediately. And I don't care if it's written by Tolstoy. But you're right. For an adaptation of a cartoon, there's no problem with that.
Yeah.
But what if it's John Carter, the animated adventures?
Well, you'd have to show me a cartoon first before I give the comic book.
Well, I'm just saying, like, it worked with Batman, right?
Well, yeah. If that was how it were promoted, then fine. Yeah.
Sure.
I'm just curious. I'm not trying to.
No.
My point is, when the cheapest comic book you can get your hands on right now, not done by Todd McFarlane, is $4. Yeah. I need better art than that. And it's in what's supposed to be a straight story. But if it were, like I said, set up like the animated adventures, then I could roll with that.
And then we also get a special preview for the Darkwing Duck book coming out.
That reminds me, I want to take this opportunity to plug a book next week, kids. Comes out. It's called Night Club by Mark Millar. $1.99 comic. Support it, please. Even if it doesn't seem like your normal wheelhouse cup of tea, it's only $1.99. We gotta try to support it. Tell everyone you know that gets comics.
Who needs Marvel when you have 4 pages of just variants for issue 1?
Dynamite is the variant king, man.
I hate this hobby. And Ash, I'm definitely in next week on that.
So,
Cool.
All right. So my next 4 books, I like them all, but this next one I started, and this is another book I started seeing, the Kingston Armor, the way they treat Superman in a Batman book. I know that's always been the case, but they make Superman look weak and dumb when it comes to villains. But this is number what number was this? This is number. It doesn't see the cover. Here it is. 130. And speaking of people that are late.
Wow,
It's me.
What's up, Zach?
What's up? What's up, bestie?
That's a beefy Batman.
That is a beefy. That's a very Frank Miller looking.
Well, that's a
Batman.
Batman that can survive a fall from space.
Yes.
Yes.
This
That's true.
this is the variant cover. This isn't the main cover. So, I'll show some of the interior art.
I did not have very much luck with variant covers this week.
But
I was
it's
kinda
a
disappointed.
pretty thick book though.
Oh yeah. It was. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Batman. Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
Actually.
I couldn't believe. And it's got, this is the cardboard stock cover. Of course. So you see here, he's in space. He's running on oxygen. He finds a jet, and it has a spare oxygen tank. So he quickly hooks it up to his mask, and he goes, back to being was. The art in this is just great. There's this entire book. But I love. He makes a joke. He's like, oh crap, I'm a reentry. Look at the suits built for reentry, but my face mask is gone. Oxygen tank exploded. He's like, and Clark said that trunks were a bad idea. Puts it over.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a sec. Hold on. Time out. His suit is built for re-entry.
Yes.
He's Batman.
Batman's like, I could find myself in space one day, and it would probably be very handy if my suit could handle a re-entry. I better design that in the suit. Like what? What?
Yes.
Ah. If the book wasn't so good, I think I would razz it, but I'm just gonna laugh at it. It's funny.
I know. Was that
That's the thing is if you do a good work, you can get away with stuff like this.
he says my suit can take the heat, but the oxygen mask can't. Told Clark trunks are a good idea. Okay, I can hold my breath for the rest of the way as he goes down, and then they get this art here. He flies down, ends in the snow.
Oh my goodness!
Thank you, Ash.
Comic logic.
For agreeing with something that I've been saying for years, that if Brian Michael Bendis wrote the exact same passage, we would be crushing it.
Yeah.
You buy some goodwill
Yeah. So
with 5 years of really good writing.
It's true.
and then we get the Jeff Lemire Snow Angels.
But remember, kids,
It's like-
Bendis squandered 110% of his goodwill. So just something to keep an eye on going forward.
I mean, now like I said, this other thing too is like Clark's. I'm ready for this time, and then he's like, and he basically says, "I know everything about you, Superman, and even things you don't know, like Kryptonians, like humans, have pressure points." I was like, really? And he loses control of his heat vision, and it burns in the inside of him instead of causing him to have a concussion. It's like, really?
No, it didn't cause him a concussion. It just blinded him because he was
Yeah.
wearing a helmet with the visor and everything. So
It says there, is it
Exactly.
involuntary heat vision reflected back at you?
yeah, it's like having a flashlight shown in your eye.
Heat vision went back inside him instead of being out.
I didn't get that. If that's what it says, no, I mean that's not what
Yeah.
that's not how I read it.
Yeah. But overall, Tim is not gay or straight in this. We don't know.
Oh, we know.
Oh, we know in other books. But yeah. And then
It's just not
every
advertised in this one.
freaking page there's an advertisement. It's the 4th one.
Oh, Marvel
And look-
had them too.
And look, another one. How many freaking Lazarus things do I have to have in here? I counted like 3 Lazarus ads.
Yeah, I like the ads. I just wish they were ads for something besides shitty DC comics.
So, and I'll just say this: is that
Well,
they
like-
haven't Ash, I don't know if you're gonna read. If you haven't read this yet, this is a huge spoiler.
No, I haven't read it yet.
So
don't spoil it too much. I can walk away for a second if you want.
You want to walk away for a second?
All right, I'll walk away for a second.
Something I really found problematic with this book. All right. Since he's gone, Batman introduces personality modification through nanobots to basically to his character, and like really, he's like because the one of the things Batman they said about Batman having limits, and just like I don't have limits, so I have to. What exactly? So he said something about.
No, it's because Failsafe was designed to be all the lethality of Batman, with no humanity. So he was adding humanity to.
A small thing. Additionally, compassion. I added compassion to it.
Yeah.
And what separates us, but maybe the dark by vengeance, but I still care about you, and so do you. And he's like, and it just So then, like I said, it's just so stupid how he ends up getting teleported. Apparently, you think he's disintegrated. But Batman's actually alive. It's so dumb. Did they actually show him? I think they show him. Yeah, though. One of these pages. Yeah, they are here. They show Bruce is like alive but badly burned. Wait, I thought his suit could take heat resistance. I don't know. And then if you want to read the backstory again, there's some art here from the backup team, but.
Yeah. Actually, I like the backup story this time. It was a pretty good backup story.
Ash, you can come back. Marania,
back, Ash.
Marania, that is an Iron Man box under the Ecto. Right here.
I saw a Extreme X-Men short box at the LCS. I thought for a second about getting it, but then I didn't.
It's a good investment. I'm using it right now.
Oh, did you get one?
Yeah, I bought one like a month ago when it came out.
Oh, okay. I didn't see it a month ago. I just noticed it the other day.
My number 3 is Noctera. Man, this is the one shot, and I'm like, it's been so long since I'm like, what happened? Oh, that's right. And I love how the Scott Snyder is doing what some people need to do is put callbacks like those 2 previous issues. Say this takes place in there, kind of what Marvel's gonna do in a little bit, but like not so much. He calls back this happened here prior to the events of this issue, and so overall it's a fun story. The dog isn't really much. Well, I guess the dog has a few parts in the story, but overall I'm kind of liking it, and I'm kind of like when it happens to some people, especially the whistle. I'm not gonna spoil anything about it, so go read it. It's Scott Snyder. It's been pretty good. Like I said, usually Scott Snyder for me, when it gets towards the end, he kind of starts running out of ideas and doesn't know how to end it. But hopefully we're nowhere near the end, or maybe we are, and he's just got better at writing. So that's why it's my number 3. I just ended enjoying the series, Noctera. And it's Tony S. Daniel doing the art with Francis Manapul doing the inking.
Yeah, Francis I like the art in this issue. Phenomenal.
So someone can let Ash know in the private chat that he can come back. I don't know if he's even.
Did he step away or does he have us on mute?
I don't know. He said he's gonna step away, but I mean, eventually. But all right, my number 2. Is a fun book. People were claiming like, oh, Claremont's a shit writer. Even back then, it's horrible.
Who says that?
The people who don't know Claremont apparently, or just don't understand his art. He's basically continuing from the original series. I think it went up to like 42 issues, or I can't remember how many issues I went to for the Extreme X-Men, but so this is gonna be a heavy spoiler for those who haven't read it though.
Oh, so Ash, don't come back.
I don't think he never read the original one.
Did he not? He's right. It's Claremont. He has to have read it.
He was out of comics by 2000.
Did he not get like the trades afterwards?
I don't think he did. Because Messiah Complex, he doesn't know that. Yeah, he just dipped out.
Well, this isn't Messiah Complex, though.
No, I'm just saying. It's a standalone thing, though.
Okay,
so I love that we're getting LaRocca. It's Greg Salvador LaRocca.
LaRocca,
his art is still the same as it was back in the day. What you see on the cover is what you're getting in the interior here, and it's a callback to a villain from Kitty Pryde and the X-Men. I mean, Kitty Pryde and Wolverine, which Green would recognize. I don't remember what his name is. Ogun, that's what it is. Yeah. And so I love that they're giving callbacks to a character from Kitty Pryde and Wolverine, a villain, the one that basically trained her how to fight, and then made her almost want to kill Wolverine. So apparently he's come back again. He's still in her soul, in her mind, trying to take her over, possess her. I gotta say though, I mean, I'm just loving this. And don't look, Zach.
What? Oh God! Oh,
it's black.
Good Lord!
Wasted 2 pages, but still. So basically, here's the gist for this. This book, if you're not a fan of this X-Men, you probably won't want to read this one. If you like the Hickman X-Men, read that. If you like everything that was not written by Claremont X-Men, read that. So basically, the synopsis says, originally these 7 mutant superheroes were known as the Extreme X-Men. Now, in hopes of building a better world for all its children, they become global marshals, responsible for policing the boundaries between humanity and the mutant kinsfolk. So basically, in Chicago, we see that's where Rachel and Kitty Pryde are living together. I guess Rachel is going to school. She's in college at this point. But so basically, she has a nightmare. Rachel comforts her because in her mind she was attacked by Ogun, and first Storm shows up, and then it's like everyone just shows up in her bedroom. What's it laughed about? It's like, what the hell? And then Wolverine comes by and it's like, and then because they can't read Kitty Pryde's mind because she has phasing power. She's her base. She's not able to be.
I tried to tell you not to come back, Ash. I'm sorry.
Did you leave?
No, he's in the chat saying he came back just in time to have X-Men spoilers.
No, you said it was good to come back, Zach.
I did, but then he said he was going to get into spoilers again after I typed that.
No, my question is though, Ash, did you ever read the original run of this?
No.
Oh, because this is way miles from that, so it's still connected though.
Well, I wasn't getting comics when those.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said. That's why I think it'd be a spoiler for you for these because I don't, unless you're going to go back and read all the issues.
No, but I'm going to read that issue. I picked it up.
Okay, well, you might be confused because it's connecting off the previous stories.
Dude, if that book is confusing, a #1 issue that you have to read a comic from 20 years ago to understand, I'm going to be pissed.
That's always been Marvel's way.
No, it hasn't.
It has been for the past 20
years. Especially with Chris Claremont. I picked up X-Men on 210.
But overall, the art in this is great. I love the callback to the original character, the original story, Kitty Pryde and Wolverine story, her being trained. The big bad villain is Ogun in this series. Art's been fantastic. We get pretty much this is my favorite version of the characters. I know people like the original stuff, but I said I've been having fun with this. Now I saw this though. This was interesting too. Paul Evans and Alan Davis have come back to write this.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's going to be fun.
Yeah.
When does that come out? Does
January.
it say?
January. So
January. Okay.
That'll be the first thing Paul Levis has ever written for Marvel.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah. Well, he was head of DC for years, so that
interesting.
Might have been a bit of a conflict of interest.
So I get interested whenever I see somebody who's been a main creator at one company go to work for the other.
Well, hopefully it goes better than Just Imagine did.
So like I said,
like
I said, reading this book is pretty much like Claremont hasn't missed a beat. And I guess some people just don't like Claremont. I don't know.
That was it. Okay, here's the thing with Extreme X-Men. Those of us that read Claremont's Uncanny all those years,
yeah,
it was a bit of a letdown because Marvel, I mean, everything comics was trying to be extreme.
Sure.
Now it's like a breath of fresh air. Not to I mean, I said it's because the X-Men that are being presented now would have Chris Claremont rolling over in his grave, and he's not even dead. So yeah, I'm sure this is going to be a lot of fun.
I said I it's no lie. I read these. I buy the books, but I read them on the pirate sites a lot of times. So I see people complaining about Chris Claremont. I thought those interesting. I was like, really, people are complaining?
Okay.
You know what it is? The people are complaining though, right? Because they don't like the fact that he's not writing the current X-Men.
No, they don't like that he's a straight white male.
Period. Well, remember all the comments this man said at the Comic Cons? Oh, they definitely don't like him.
Oh yeah,
wasn't he? Didn't he? Yeah, when he had a con, or this might have been a year ago,
2 years ago.
Yeah, something like that. He got a lot of people bent out of shape, or all the right people bent out of shape, or wrong.
Well, yeah, and I said, and they're so mad. They probably aren't even pirating as much as they used to.
Yeah. No, people still do that. They just angrily leave comments at the bottom. They don't read the book, but they leave comments because they have the virtue signal.
But you know what, though, Marvel, you get what you get what you paid for, because they have just absolutely begged for this audience for years, and now they have them.
All right, so
and I at least give credit to somebody there that would allow this project to go forward, and some of the other ones that are, I'm sure angering the fan base that they covet.
Yeah. So and so I listen. LaRocca, his art hasn't missed either. It's still the same, still on point. Way he draws the characters. Overall, it's a fun series, and I hope it's not just a limited. We're gonna look back at this. I want it to continue. I want at least 30 issues, again. But knowing Marvel, because I bet you this one's gonna happen. Now, my only problem with the Extreme X-Men is knowing the way Marvel is. Their editors are gonna be the worst kind of editors. But it's like you can't say this, you can't do this. Remember? And he's like, what the fuck? It's a different story. I don't do it. He's like, well, we don't care. We're not. Zach, do not count the fucks, because I don't give the fucks to you. I give the fucks to everybody else.
The fuck are you doing?
I don't know. All right, so number one book of this week.
That wasn't your number one either. I'm a little shocked, actually.
I've only had 8.
You only had 8? How many did I even get? I had a big week this week.
I gotta say, this my number one book is a book that just continues. It just puts all the other Batman books out right now to shame, and that's Batman the Joker, Deadly Duel.
Dun dun dun.
Ash, if you're not reading this, you need to read it. It's a fun book. Mark Silvestri gets the character. It just feels like I'm going back to 90s Batman. Regardless, there's a part here where he's forced to take the Joker back to the Batcave. So he locks him in because he's injured after being attacked. He leaves we see the Joker in the Batmobile, like armor straps go across him. And next thing we know, we see Alfred, who's back. Yes, Alfred, who's in this with Dick Grayson. And they're like, oh, and Bruce's like, how long have I been out? 14 hours. Where's the Joker? He's in the car. He's like, and just to let you know, you're gonna need a towel. You let me in here. I had a few long teas, So
yes, he drank a crap load of iced tea.
Iced tea. This is just a fun book. So you actually read this, Eric?
Yeah.
So your thoughts on this? I'm curious because you.
Well, I'm gonna go before Zach because mine won't take any time at all, and I'll say a thing or two about it.
But overall, like I said, I'm not a Joker fan. But to me, this is a person who knows the Joker, and that's why I approve of this book, because it actually feels like the Joker. It's me. But then again, we all have our different opinions. Art is great in this. Oh, what happens to James Gordon in this? Oof. Yeah. Overall, fun story. Art is phenomenal. I think it's only going to be like, 4 issues? I'm not sure how many issues it's supposed to be. Does it say?
Yeah, it's definitely limited.
Limited, though. But overall, man, I just put Zdarsky, and I'm sorry, Ramvi, puts you to shame. Even Josh Williamson and Tinian.
I'm not going to go that far.
I will.
Yeah, me neither.
You can settle for mediocrity. This is I'd say
mediocrity.
Whatever you want to call it, you're settling for it. Bullshit. All right, so that's my number 1. But before I let Zach go, or where we're going next,
I think Breen's going next.
I want to show you guys something. It's really cool. And if you didn't get this, you missed out.
My shop didn't have it,
so
I was really bummed.
20 pull-out covers.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
The Teen Titans one, the Justice League one, the other Justice League one, the Wonder Woman.
Yep.
Yeah, that's some good looking stuff.
And these are pull-out posters. On the inside. Look at these.
Wow.
Crazy. These ones you can put these in the frames for $25. Look at the Legion. That is, it's just fun to have this, As I'm going through reading a lot of the Perez stuff, and with this art in it, it's just fun.
Next week, I expect to see the back wall behind you just tiled with those.
I'll just pan the camera over here, and the whole wall is just posters, dude. It's fun, especially if you love his arts. To me, it's worth it. Because at first I thought it was gonna be a small book, but it turned out to be pretty cool. And I don't think it had. Yeah, this says. Here you go. Here's the one that's really what I got it for. Look at that.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Nice.
Chef's kiss.
So
that needs to go away.
What, the chef's kiss?
Yes.
No, the new Teen Titans stuff. So that's what I have for this week. Except for back issues, but I will say this. So I get Walking Deads when it comes to come out, and even though I don't really like to rate them against the newer books, but rereading it again, this would be my number 3 book. It's where Carl gets to learn how to drive. Yep. Then has to go piss in the field and gets embarrassed because his dad says, "Hey, Michonne, he's got to take a leak. We're gonna pull over." He's like, "Dad!" So it's fun. There we go. So, who wants to go next? Breen? Zach?
I believe Breen wanted
I
to go.
will go ahead and roll through mine here. All right. I guess I have a top 3.
Oh, the fact you have any is usually good for me.
Number 3, Vampirella Red Sonja. Like I said, it's if you think you're getting these gals in the book, put it back down, kids, because you're not. It's just, like I said, a fun little story that's there to introduce this new girl. Which, again, I said, I'm a little tired of seeing that in every freaking comic, but you know what? This has kind of been fun. So as I was reading this, I go, this could be my last one. I go, nah, I'll keep going. Number 2, Batman and the Joker Deadly Duo. And whereas I cannot agree with Venkman that this is putting the other Bat writers to shame, this is a lot of fun. It's Batman with. I realize how much I miss Alfred until you get him again. Yeah. And if this were in continuity, I'd probably be a little chafed that Dick's sleeping on the job there.
Yeah.
At the end of the issue, where. But you know what the hell? It's good art. I Silvestri's Best Days might be behind him. It's a little sketchier than I would like, but I'll still take him over 99.9% of any of the artists out there.
So, my question for you, Braden, where did Bruce get the Gimp mask?
The what?
The Gimp mask for Joker in the cave.
He got it at Balenciaga.
Well,
yeah.
And obviously Selina and Bruce are an item in this series, so.
And that mask, it worked because it was safe for re-entry into the Batcave.
I was just thinking that Gimp mask could be from when if it's Catwoman year 1, she was a dominatrix, wasn't she?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's hers.
Yeah,
it smells like Bruce in here.
Yeah, I said
she wasn't a dominatrix.
Not year 1, the Frank Miller story, the first Catwoman miniseries.
Yeah, so I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And my number 1, Dahlia in the Dark.
What?
Joe would kill me if I didn't have this number 1. So
I didn't even know about this.
Yeah, it came out this week, obviously. It's about a hitman doing one last job, and I can't really describe what all is going on. But I said, if I would love to see one, I'd love to see this with, like, say, Silvestri's style art. I think the cartoony art on Beckstar worked for that series, and this isn't bad by any stretch. But I would like to see this with more of a straightforward comic book style. But this is very well written. And I'm not just saying that because Joe's a friend. This is legitimately good. If you can, if you've got it at your LCS, pick it up. If not, ask them to get it in. Yeah, I said you won't be disappointed. This book was a lot of fun. There's some twists. I mean, there's the one character who is, like I said, if there was a way to play 3 sides, he would be doing it. But yeah, I said, I think it's a 4 or 5 issue series. Yeah, check it out.
Wow, I didn't even know this is coming out. I feel bad.
Now it's something else I got was the facsimile of Brave and the Bold 28.
I almost picked it up, but I was like, it's a fun story though.
Yeah, I said these are fun. I mean, I've got the omnibus that it's in. I don't care. These are kind of because they've got the ads. No, so the omnibus is do letters pages sometimes, but they don't do the ads, which is
true.
Yeah, and a couple of magazines that came out this week. Retro Fan. If you are in my age bracket, these are just a blast because it's basically 60s and 70s pop culture. So I said, looking forward to that. And this month's Alter Ego, celebrating the 61st anniversary of the Fantastic Four and Stan Lee's 100th birthday, with the Submariner and Aaron on the cover.
And Sue Storm.
That's right, Sue Storm is on the cover. And that's all I got this week.
But where is Alicia?
I don't know why I was not put on the cover of that magazine.
Because you could not see it anyway.
That's right. How do I know I'm not on the cover?
She didn't see it coming.
Oh, Ben. I was in the first issue of Fantastic 1, wasn't I?
Yes. But
what was that time release humor, Zach?
Something's time release with him.
What are you talking about? You're like 8 seconds behind, like all the time.
So I take my time.
Well,
you just rush and you just fire prematurely. Okay.
I do. I do. I need to have like a filter to run my jokes through. So I'll just like shoot them off without thinking about
your jokes.
All right.
All right. Good night, everybody. No, okay. Oh, okay. I have a lot of books this week, actually. I was counting through them. I didn't realize I had this many as I was buying them. I think I have 9 books that I got this week. 10, because I got a trade. I have not read this one yet, so I can't grade it, but I did pick this up.
Books.
It's from Peter David. And, of course, I've been on a Peter David kick, along with Ed Brubaker and several other writers. So this is Fantastic Four, Prodigal Son. It's also got Kazar, Shanna the She-Devil, Guardians of the Galaxy, Silver Surfer.
That was that event that came out like a year ago.
Yeah, this is taking place during the Dan Slott run, because you could tell because Franklin and Valeria, they're like pre-teenagers, and Reed's got his beard.
Oh, I thought it's because they had a fat piece of Dan Slott that comes in with each issue.
No.
Oh, so you're saying Sue's in there too?
Yeah, Sue's in here too.
You said Reed's got his beard?
No, he's bearded. Like,
oh.
It's also got the Donny Cates Guardians of the Galaxy in here. So I know that that was around the same time.
That might have been 2 years ago, actually, now I think about it.
It might have been a little further back.
It was one of those events that came out in the middle of like another event.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want to say it came out during
Empire. I thought it was Empire, maybe. Because Empire also went on forever. So maybe it was that one.
Yeah, Marvel was just like releasing event on back to back to back. I remember being really annoyed at that one because every issue was a #1 issue.
This might be the whole thing too, because it
was only 5 issues.
Yeah, this collects. Well, this only has 3. This has Fantastic Four, Silver Surfer, and Guardians of the Galaxy, and they're all like the Prodigal Son tie-in. So it's only 3 issues. It's really thin. So it's like a little mini event. But
did you get the Frank Miller book?
Frank Miller book? No, I don't get Frank Miller books. I'll leave that to Ash.
Yeah, Zach doesn't get cool stuff like that. He gets like forgotten events from 2 years ago that no one cares about.
Hang on. I get cool stuff. It's just stuff you don't think is cool.
Wait, so my question is, are the Frank Miller books now like the Hulk Sonias when you read them? I know Frank's getting up there.
I saw the one. I can't remember what it was, but the cover said Frank Miller presents Frank Miller's.
A book by Frank Miller. All right.
Frank presents Frank.
So I don't think I had any book that I overall like hated. So I'm just gonna start at the one that I enjoyed the least, because I did enjoy parts of all of these. I got Daredevil #6 from Zdarsky and De La Torre. This is what this is an very exposition, not even exposition, very dialogue heavy issue. Matt wrestling with how he's trying to convert all these criminals that he helped break out of prison.
The cult of Daredevil. That's what it is.
Yeah, little bit. Actually, I did like he has this whole conversation with what was his name? Bullet, I think.
Bullet, yes.
He has this like really cool conversation because he thinks he's doing a good thing by like taking all these escaped or all of these criminals and like putting them through therapy. He thinks he's actually helping them out, and then Bullet's like, "Well, dude, if we go back to America, they don't know what you're doing. They're just going to put us in jail again anyway. So who are you really helping?" So I was like, "Oh, he's got kind of a point." I liked it. Not a whole lot to do with Elektra and Iron Man. Iron Man does make an appearance here.
Is the Bullet? Because I just remember that there was a Spider-Man like 92. He was running for mayor or something. I wonder if that's the same Sam Bullet, because he ended up being a Daredevil villain during the Ann Nocenti run. I wonder if it.
Hang on one second. This one has a son, and there was some past event that got brought up. This Bullet is Buck Cashman, and he talks about.
Bullet's a code name.
Yeah, Bullet's his code name.
Never
and
mind.
there's something that got brought up, and Old Man Logan and Daredevil 19. See, it calls back to past events. Marvel's doing that whole thing. They call back. But anyway,
which Daredevil 19? There's been about 7.
I would imagine the Zdarsky Daredevil 19. I would imagine. I could be wrong. But overall, pretty good issue. It ends up, leading into, it looks like it's going to lead to the whole Frank in the hand versus Daredevil in the fist fight. All right, second book I have up here.
My favorite part of that book is when Tony gets shanked.
Oh yeah, about the nano blades.
It's like every woman in the DC the Marvel universe is pretty much trying to kill him.
Oh yeah,
or trying to kill him again. Yeah.
All right, Thanos Death Notes. This one shot right here.
Definitely cooler than getting a Frank Miller book.
This was actually pretty cool. I was surprised.
It's got Straczynski in there and Cantwell.
Actually, shockingly, the Cantwell story was pretty good. Actually, I gotta say, I enjoyed the Cantwell story.
I saw that, and I saw Straczynski listed. I was like, "Oh man, Straczynski's doing a Thanos book." And then I saw all the other names afterwards. I was like, "Oh man."
Gronbeck's story was pretty cool. So it's 4 stories. One of them ties into the new Thor issue that came out this week. Straczynski, Cantwell, and who was the other one? Somebody Starks.
Ricky Starks?
No, not
that. Was it absolute Ricky Starks?
Yeah.
It was not absolute Ricky Starks. I think it was like Kyle Starks.
Dang it.
Maybe. But they were all really good stories. Gronbeck's kind of, like I said, it's the only one that isn't self-contained. But yeah, I mean, there's one story where Thor goes to Titan and he's like still haunted by this vision he had of Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet Mjolnir. So he's trying to track down Thanos. Cantwell's story was pretty cool. I believe it ties into Thanos' first appearance in Iron Man. Tony has this robot that was built by Thanos as like a distraction or a decoy. And so he's trying to figure out what makes it tick. And so finally he's like, oh, I'm just going to destroy it. I'll just melt it down. And then the robot comes to life and just starts like threatening Tony and his loved ones and everything. It's a pretty neat story.
Of course, because he created Ultron, remember?
Wait, what are you talking about?
Tony Stark created Ultron.
No,
that's in the MCU.
I
that's
know.
The MCU. This is
they're all tied together now.
No,
that's true.
Not so much. The Straczynski story was really cool. It was like talking about Thanos' like first girlfriend before death. I'm not going to give too much away, but that was really kind of a heartbreaking type of story.
What was her name? Life?
No, it was Carella. She was somebody from Titan. Carella. And then Kyle Starks is now Ron Lim did the pencils for this, which also was pretty cool. But it's Thanos. He's looking for Nebula, and I think this might tie into a future story as well. I'm not sure, but basically he goes up against this entire alien army and just squashes them all without Infinity Gauntlet. So yeah, overall, I really I enjoyed this actually a lot more than I thought I would. It would have been cool if they had got Donny Cates to write a story, because Donny Cates did some really cool stuff with Thanos, but still pretty good overall.
Hey Vang.
Yeah.
We know Kyle's not as cool because his name isn't absolute Kyle Starks.
Maybe that is Ricky Starks, and he's just going under the name Kyle to fool you.
Is this a wrestling thing? Because I have no idea who you're talking about.
Are you wrestling with that idea?
Nah.
Okay, next. Thor number 29.
Thor!
It continues on from that Thanos story. This is, what's her name? Grombeck is writing this as well. This was pretty cool. Art by Nick Klein. Pretty cool story. Thor's little sister, who is apparently, she's part Odin's daughter, but also part Surtur's daughter. Norse mythology is weird. But she gets kidnapped by Corvus Glaive, who I thought was really interesting choice.
Wait, hold on. Wait, Odin and Surtur had a child?
No, Odin, Freya, and Surtur had a child. Like the three of them.
Whoa.
I don't know how that happens. It's Norse mythology.
Well, Odin sat and watched while Freya cheated on him.
Time out. What Marvel is doing right now is completely not doing Norse mythology.
Okay, well, Loki.
Thor was not born of the phoenix in Norse mythology.
True. Oh no, that's very true.
Sounds more like Penthouse Letters.
Well, let's not forget
He also doesn't have a little sister.
Well, he does in this Larissa.
No, of course she'll be, and soon she'll be the new Thor.
Wait,
and she'll be even more powerful.
So wait, hold on. Your complaint is that he has a little sister. He has Angela, the other sister. Thor has all these different siblings now. Remember back in the day, it was just him and Loki. That was it.
And Eric has a headache.
What about Balder? There was also Balder.
But Balder
Angela's not even from the same realm as Thor. They created a 10th realm for Angela.
Well, no, she came from another universe. They had to squeeze her in because Marvel bought up some other publisher, didn't they? Or they got Angela from some other company. I thought
they got it some weird litigation thing having to do with Neil Gaiman. Neil Gaiman wrote a story in Spawn.
Yeah, that's it.
I don't know how the details. Somehow Marvel ended up with it, but no. There used to be 9 realms.
Yeah,
and then when
there's 10.
When Marvel acquired Angela, they created a 10th realm.
Do you want to know?
They spelled heaven incorrectly because that made it cooler, I guess.
And then Marvel traded Brittany Griner for Angela.
All right, I'm going to get back to reviewing this really quickly before Binkman pulls a Kanye and cuts me off.
Well, no, I'm not going to pull a Kanye, and I'm not going to be praising Hitler either. Just because you like Nazis doesn't mean I do too.
All right, get to your point so I can finish reviewing this.
Go ahead.
Okay. Anyway. Son of a bitch. Okay. No. So there is a gripe I have with this issue. It has a Valkyrie. It's the MCU
the black character issue.
No. It's not because it's not. It's not because it's
Man, you walked into that one like a freight train.
I should have planned that. I should have planned the sentence out more carefully. It's not because it's the Black Valkyrie. That is not the issue. The issue is this book goes out of its way to remind you that this Valkyrie is a lesbian. Because apparently, when they introduce or reintroduce to her, she's on a date with her girlfriend and has pinning her against a wall, making out with her when Thor comes.
Remember, kids, Zach's not bigoted towards black people, just LGBTQ.
Here he says he's pretty against the wall to make out with girlfriend when Thor comes. What is this book? I need to read it now. Cheesecake?
Oh, God help me. I need more of this. Anyway, it ends. No, this is coffee. Anyway, I did like the art, though, and I like Corvus Glaive being the bad guy in this. I thought that was interesting.
So, my question
I want to take a second to be on Zach's side. It annoys the crap out of me, too, having Lesbo, Valkyrie, whatever, MCU Valkyrie. She's stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Apparently she's the oldest of the Valkyries. That's the reason they included her in. She's
probably the supreme of the supreme, goddess of all Valkyries, of which Valkyries were all spawned from her.
You said she was making out with another chick or girlfriend.
Yeah.
Was it Reed Richards' sister?
No. It was just some nameless extra girl.
It was a white girl, right?
Yes.
Of course it was.
All right. Next up, Bickman, I don't know if you got this one or not. It's a Dark Crisis book with Jeremy Adams.
I was going to ask you. No, I didn't get that one. But I was going to ask you about this person taking over Thor. Mm-hmm. Did it feel like Kate's, or did it feel immediately just like the quality went down horribly?
I mean, I didn't notice anything. I mean, it's a different story, so it's not like they didn't include what's his name, Donald Blake. There was no reference to that. It just sounds like it just picked up a brand new story. So
they're basically ignoring everything beforehand.
No, not ignoring. It's just a different story. It's like Batman. You have one set story, and then a different story follows. They don't have to be connected. So I mean, it's like that. So there's nothing here that undoes any of Donny Cates' previous work.
That previous issue where Batman assaulted Robin, that doesn't exist in this run.
Well, no, because this is a Thor book.
Yeah, exactly. It's Thor. It has nothing to do with Batman. But
it does have. But Angela
and Nick. Well, there was no Angela, and there was no Loki. So it was really Thor, Valkyrie. There was a little bit of Sif. And of course, Odin. Of course, he's still talking to Odin through.
So there was no
Loki can shape change. So how do you know? He could have been there.
There was no. Wait, was Loki putting on blackface, pretending to be Valkyrie?
No.
But there was no Beta Ray Bill, but there was Thor.
Beta Ray Bill is awesome. Anyway, Dark Crisis Warzone. We've got about 4 or 5 different short stories in here. The best one is, of course, Jeremy Adams. There's actually none of them are really bad per se. There was actually a story, Breen. I was shocked. It was a Green Lantern story that starred Guy Gardner and Joe, whatever her last name is. I don't care about her enough to know.
JoJo Mullins, fine ass.
JoJo Mullins, yeah, whatever. And Guy Gardner actually, gets some respect from her and is like, listen, I've been doing this longer than you. I know what I'm about. And then the story continues on. So I was like, okay. But
then she saved the day, though, right?
No. Well, no, she and a bunch of other there's like them and they're leading a group of Green Lanterns. She does not single-handedly save the day.
But Guy ends up being wrong, right?
No, Guy's right. Because of Guy, they end up winning at the end of the short story. Because Joe's thing is, so like it's a giant horde of shadow demons that they have to fight. And Joe wants to fall back and retreat so that no one dies holding the line. And Guy's like, yeah, some of us are going to die, but if we retreat, we're all going to end up dying. And so they end up staying and fighting and winning because of Guy and his...
Who wrote the story?
I think it was Rosenberg. I believe it was Matthew Rosenberg. Let me double check.
All right,
Rosenberg. It was Matthew Rosenberg.
Yeah. Well, credit where credit's due. Yeah. Good job, Matthew.
I wish that the artist had done as good a job. The art was very Tumblr-y. Didn't care too much. The Wonder Woman story was also pretty bad with the art as well. That was written by Stephanie Williams. Wasn't offensively bad. It was just boring. The 2 best stories, though, were actually, no, I take that back. 2 of the best stories were at the front. There was the Jeremy Adams one, which was an Iris West and what's her name? No, yeah, Iris and Linda team up, basically. Iris West is reporting on everything going on, and then Linda shows up, and they're just, like, talking about,
It's Jeremy Adams
Barry and Wally. Yep, Jeremy Adams and Fernando Passarin, who is the regular Flash artist. They did that story.
I almost picked it up for that story, but I was like, I don't care for the other writers.
It's a good little story. Then there's a Jim Corrigan story where I think he's the Spectre again. Jim Corrigan has become the Spectre again.
Like, I would love if they do another Flash volume with Jeremy Adams collection, they include that story in the collection.
Yeah. This one was written by Frank Thierry, and it was pretty cool. Jim Corrigan sees how. What's that?
Frank Thierry. He was one of the Marvel writers in the second, in like the 2005 to 2010 era.
Oh, yep. Wow. Okay. Well, yeah, he did pretty good. I'm not a huge Spectre fan, but this was pretty cool. I know that it was somebody else that had become the Spectre. I know Hal Jordan was the Spectre for a while. I think Crispus Allen, was the most recent one. But this is Jim Corrigan. I think he's become the Spectre again. Because he saw how like the Spectre had been corrupted by the darkness, and he was trying to help Raven defeat him in battle. So that was a pretty good story. And then the final one at the end, which kind of ties into the Dark Crisis tie-in that came out a week or 2 ago was with Red Canary. So it's her meeting Black Canary. They're like, why are you not dead? And so it's the 2 of them fighting against Were Hyena and some other weird C-list animal-themed villains. So pretty good collection of short stories here. Again, nothing offensively terrible, just some stories with mediocre art.
I want to... Undead Gwen posted his earlier. His number 5 was Poison Ivy number 7. So the art in the story feels like a downgrade. That's kind of why I didn't pick it up. I kind of left it. Well, now it makes sense.
I knew it.
Oh my God! What on earth, Ash?
Somebody's still hitting it, right? Though,
despite that face. Maybe he's blind.
Or at least dinosaurs.
You'd hit that.
I'm not that desperate yet.
I mean, as long as you take away the sharp objects in the house, you're fine.
She found the Joker's stash of Joker gas or something.
Oh, did you hear when she was getting heckled by that crowd yesterday? Well, they're saying she's got to go because she's up on ethics charges.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, she sure found her, inner Hispanic.
Because, she's cursing them out in
but I mean she definitely went thick on the accent that she's worked very hard to not ever. Yeah, it was kind of amusing.
Yeah. So Undead Quinn says number 4 is Little Monsters, number 8. More backstory of the vampires of the story. So his number 3 was Gargoyles, number 1. Pretty strong starting point for the reader. I will enjoy it. He's going to enjoy the ride. What was his number 2? He was Ghost Rider number 9. He's still going with that. Cool. Story of Johnny Blaze going through hell, aka Chicago. The horror part is getting better each issue. All right. Hope it's accurate. They had people looting stores and everything. Chicago. He's going by. You will not. It's a pen staring somebody taking his food stuff out of like the luxury bags. Can you imagine if they did like based in Seattle? Remember that was it Washington? I think it was Chad Town. They're breaking in. They're stealing all the designer handbags. I want him going after them and just giving them the penance there. But his number 1 though was and this is kind of cool. Do a Power Bomb number 7. He said this series has the action and the drama. After the whole read, you're basically going to start crying. Thank you. I want to read a book that depresses me. Unless you're saying it's happy tears because you find a book that's actually good. But yeah. Okay, so that was his. Nobody else listed their stuff. So before I forgot, I wanted to get his in. So Zach, this would be your number 1.
I'm not at my number. I'm not even in my 5 yet.
What the hell, Zach? What's going on?
Y'all keep interrupting.
Guys, seriously, how do you expect him to get through his list when we keep interrupting him? And we'll continue to do so. Because that's what we do.
I can't spoil the books because you interrupt with stuff, and that's what eats up the time.
Hey, look, that's JoJo Mullen's fine ass. Ooh, she's got.
God, that's even less attractive than the story that was in the book.
Are you used to saving these on your computer, Ash?
What on earth, Ash?
I have questions.
I'm just throwing up a tribute to the greatest Green Lantern of all time.
Wait a second. Second greatest. Teen Lantern is the greatest.
Okay.
She hacked the power battery. I didn't see Jessica Cruz doing that.
That's right. Well, Jessica Cruz, actually, they made her a Green Lantern again. I thought for sure they would keep her as a Yellow Lantern for a minute. That was more interesting, I thought. All right. I'm actually this is my number 5. Okay.
And another thing. Oh.
All right. I got Batman 130. I had no luck finding variant covers this week. It was kind of a downer. Actually, I found one variant cover.
So you saved $4, right?
Yeah. I did save money, yeah.
Zach, what's Black Panther doing on the cover?
I know, right? It's shocking.
He's being chased by the robot and Snow Angels.
Yeah. No, I enjoyed this, actually. And I did not have an issue with how the story ended, unlike Venkman.
I'm sorry. It just seems a little far-fetched. When you have to make Superman look like Super Bitch in your book, I understand you want to prop up Batman, but it just looks. I'm sorry. Superman is not a chump. He's not a super chump.
No, he's not a chump. But every life form has pressure points. Why wouldn't a Kryptonian have pressure points?
Because he's invulnerable.
You can be invulnerable and still have pressure points. Anyway, I enjoyed it. I liked it. The art, of course, was fantastic.
I think Venkman found Zach's pressure points.
I think so. Zach's pressure point is Zach hasn't had sugar in like 5 days. I've been going on a sugar cleanse, so I'm a little extra salty.
Soon he's just gonna instead of having coffee mix, he's gonna have I'm just gonna drink the grinds, just chew it.
I have done that before.
A little pouch, he's got grinds in his mouth.
It's not pleasant. Overall, no, I did enjoy this. I'm looking forward to seeing the next story. I know Skip and Tosh was saying he kind of wanted to see if Zdarsky will tone it down. I'm like, no, I like the high the high octane action.
True.
I liked him in space. I thought that was really cool, seeing his resourcefulness. It was almost like a superhero version of the Martian, I thought.
I feel like Zdarsky's telling a Batman story that's like Fast and the Furious style.
Yeah.
Or like, remember Nonstop Spider-Man? When that came, who was that? Joe Kelly, I think, like a year ago. He was doing Nonstop.
That's such a Nonstop. It like stopped like immediately.
Yeah, this feels like a better version of that. Like it's just on the go all the time.
And I agree with Zach. I don't want both titles to be the exact same pace. I
like a different tone in both of them. Yeah,
Detective is more the slower pace in general. It should always be a slower pace because he's doing detective work. It takes a while.
As long as it's good, that's all I got to say.
I did laugh when he did the whole thing with the trunks and the face. That did crack me up. I was like, okay, Zdarsky, if this was anybody else, I would be ragging on them. But
I just hope he wasn't sweating those tights.
Oof. Well, no, because he still has they're over the suit.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but
I didn't really life or death. It's like really, put them on or your face burns off.
I really didn't get the joke because Superman wears the same thing. He wears the trunks.
Yeah, over the suit. Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't really get his joke. He's like, unless he's saying that Clark originally didn't want to do it at first, but then he's the reason why Clark has the trunks. That didn't make sense to me.
I don't know.
Logic, bro.
Maybe he had them first, and then when he decided his suit needed to be space-proof, maybe he decided to make the trunks space-proof too. Maybe that's what it was.
Maybe nothing matters.
I actually really liked the short story at the end. Normally, I don't care for them as much, but I did like the one at the end here, with like the Al Nazir alter ego that he puts away. I thought that was pretty cool, pretty neat little story. All right, number 4, and Binkman, I saw yours earlier. I was really jealous that you got the VHS.
The VHS. Yeah.
This was the only variant I could find was the Amanda Connor, which I do like. I do like this cover, but I really wanted that VHS one with like the little stickers on it and everything. I thought that was cool. But yeah, Gargoyles number 1. This was really neat.
Yeah,
if you were somebody. Yeah, that's the one that I was looking for. That gave me a lot of 90s vibes when I saw it online.
And that's what the show is. This whole entire comic book was. It's the guy that created the show, the showrunner.
Yeah. And I liked it because I don't remember everything about the show, but this issue is very good with like the introduction. So if you either never read it or if you were missing or if you're forgetting pieces and forgetting spots, this does a very good job of reintroducing all the characters and making sure you know who's who.
The show was what, 1992?
Early 90s, yeah.
I barely remember, but I remember certain parts of basics of the show.
Yeah. And so I liked it a lot, and I was like, it also seemed more grown up in this than the cartoon because they're talking about like gang wars, and drugs and stuff.
It's a reintroduction to the cartoon characters, but it also, I guess, it branches off in the 2006 run.
Yeah, I think so. So too. Yeah, but overall, really good. I'm gonna be getting issue number 2. I really enjoyed this.
But the best part about this book is the Darkwing Duck advertisement.
Yes. Now, if they could just do like a Tailspin comic or Bonkers.
If they're gonna do a Darkwing Duck, though, I'll complain if we don't get Gizmo Duck in there.
They did have a DuckTales comic. I think it was probably through IDW at the time, but they did have a DuckTales one that was pretty.
We were talking about this is Dynamite. This is IDW. IDW has lost pretty much everything. They're going to go under within like 2 years, probably.
Probably. I gotta look up and see because I'm missing some of those DuckTales from that run I was getting. I have like the number 1. It was pretty good. Half the voices were from Star Trek, says Robert Roberts or J.R. Exner. So yeah, Keith. What was his name? Keith David.
Keith David.
Giffen. Yeah. So, anyway, number 3 is Noctera. This is the Val special.
Yep.
Crossover.
Not really.
No, me and you.
Oh, you got this one too?
This is the first time tonight I've heard someone pick up a book that I got.
Nice.
Oh, you were gone.
Oh no, sorry, that's number 2. X-Men. I got X-Men.
Yeah, Big Head X-Men. I did not get X-Men this week. I was going to wait and hear from you and Binkman the thoughts on it.
Really? Now you're going to say Claremont's not cool enough for you?
I had 9 books. I didn't realize I had this many books. If I had like 5 or 6.
I could have picked several to come after X-Men.
Okay.
We're gonna have to chat after this.
We'll have a chat after this. I enjoyed this. Actually, I need to go back because there was things I forgot from even the last issue, Noctera number 11. It feels like so long since we had a Noctera book.
Yeah,
I had some gaps in my memory, but I did really enjoy this. They tell the story about how she got started with the. Did you read this one yet, Ash?
no, I haven't got to read. I just have not got to read my books.
Really good story talking about like as she got started being a ferryman or a trucker, like in this setting, the big PM. Really cool story. I enjoyed it a lot. The thing with the whistle Linkman was talking about earlier, I loved. I thought that was cool. All right, my number 2, and I'm going to get ragged from all of y'all for these being my number 2 and number 1 books. That's okay. I'm ready for it. I got Captain America, Sensible of Liberty, number 7.
I'm coming, Elizabeth.
Ahead of X-Men, RDB.
I didn't get X-Men.
I know.
Oh,
X-Men didn't even make the list.
This is on my poll list. No, I had fun with this because it brings a bunch of normal Captain America allies. Like we get Sharon Carter's back.
and
We
Peggy.
see there's also Peggy. Peggy didn't have as big of a role in this though. Sharon was, I think, the biggest part of it. I did like the conversation he has with Namor at the beginning. It's actually really
Being a bitch. Here's your shield.
No, he's talking about how Cap and Bucky are almost like the swapped version of Batman and Robin, because like Batman has Robin wear the bright outfits so that he distracts people from what he does in the shadows. And in this, Namor's like, Cap, you were the symbol. You were like with the shining shield out front and center, and Bucky was always in the shadows, and that's how he works so well as the Winter Soldier. And it's funny because then Cap asks him for help, and Namor's like, Captain, I live under the sea where pressure has turned me into a diamond. I shine brighter than you. I can't. It's like the most dramatic Namor line that I've read recently in a new book. That was pretty funny. But I enjoyed this overall. I thought it was fun.
Zach, can I interject something real quick?
Sure, by all means, go ahead.
No, I would say,
Christmas cookies there.
yeah, I got it. Well, okay, see this?
Yeah.
This, okay.
Oh, it's tasty.
Yeah, it's great. It's got, frosting on the back, but it came from Trader Joe's, so it's not a gingerbread man. It's gingerbread
Joe?
people.
Oh.
So this is a non-binary cookie.
Oh, Trader Joe's. Why? I thought you were more based than that, Trader Joe's.
No. They're left.
They're based out of California.
They're left AF. Great food, nice people, gingerbread people. Are you effing kidding me? Anyway, well, time to this.
I thought they were because like they got a bunch of like pushback because they had like Senor Joe's salsa or something like that, and people were like, "That's racist."
But then they researched Trader Joe's and said, "Okay, you're good."
Now, I thought you were gonna comment on the whole Namor thing, and he's like, "No, I'm gonna talk about the cookie." It's like,
but I did enjoy this, and then it ends up. The ending was kind of weird. They make plans to do something. AIM has become like the new bad guys to fight in here, and I like seeing the beekeepers get beat up on.
before the invaders, there was this secret organization.
All right, I can't wait to see the number 1 book that's ahead of X-Men.
Oh wait, I'm trying to guess what it is.
Okay, okay, Bateman, you gonna try to guess this week?
Oh man, hold on, let me go look at your pull list.
That's okay. Oh yeah, you can't do that, I guess, can't you?
Comixology, or not Comixology.
I'm just gonna beat you to it because I have other books I want to show off after this. I got Fantastic Four.
I knew it.
You didn't know?
Oh, you didn't know?
If this book comes out, it's your number 1, or it's not on the list.
Ryan North, Fantastic Four, is ahead of Chris Claremont, X-Men.
And Frank Miller books.
And Zdarsky Batman.
Oh.
I had more fun with this. I'm sorry.
I think Zach is playing 4D chess, and he's like, "How do I get rid of the black stigma? I gotta do something huge."
How do I distract from my whole unfortunate wording of the Thor issue?
Well, that's the wrong way to go because he's just got a family of white people.
Okay, it's 2 white people. First of all, it's just Reed and Sue in this. All right, let me explain. Let me explain why I like this.
And you're upset because there's only 2 white people on there.
Lord,
well, yeah, he got cheated out of the other 2.
Okay, so because remember, I really liked the first issue, even though it was just the Ben and Alicia show, it wasn't the whole Fantastic Four. Okay, well, this is kind of similar. This is Reed and Sue. They're taking a break. We still don't know what Reed did that's so terrible, but Reed and Sue, they're kind of taking a break. They end up in the small town, and they find out. I'm going to spoil it because I know none of y'all are going to read this. They end up in a. They end up in a small town where everybody is a Doombot. Like they all have this camouflage tech that makes them appear human, but they find out that there are Doombots in there. And what are you doing? Oh, that's those little baby candy canes. Yeah, get the adult sized ones. So anyway, the whole issue is them trying to figure out why is there a town of Doombots? Like why is Doom what is he up to? And what they end up finding out, there's a little old lady who lives in this town. And when Victor Von Doom first came to America, because he's from
he knocked her
Liberia, up. No, she was his host home, like his host mother or host parent. Like, you have like when you have international like transfer students, you go live with somebody while you go to school. This old woman was Victor's host when he came to America. And, he sent one Doombot there originally to look after her and take care of her. And it actually gets really weird as the story goes on. Like the woman has like really poor health. And so the Doombot actually like puts the old woman's body inside of it, kind of like an Iron Man suit to like keep her alive. But then she ends up dying inside of the Doombot. And so it's a really cool story. Actually, I thought it was really, it's like, listen, Ash knows this. We're going through the Hickman run. This does not compare to Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four, but it is a nice, fun, standalone story, kind of Twilight Zone-y, which I kind of dig, between this issue and the previous one. So yeah, this is my number one. I'm sorry, I had a lot of fun with it.
You know what this should be?
What's that?
It should be the second issue of Tales of the Fantastic Four, not the Fantastic Four proper.
I think that would be a better. I think that would be a better idea to have. Yeah. No, go ahead.
I'm just still shaking my head that I live in a world where people will pick up Ryan North comics and leave Chris Claremont on the shelf.
World where Ryan North trumps Chris Claremont.
Holy shit! Breen could have a career with this.
I know. Breen does sound like the movie narrator, the trailer narrator.
So he starts, the smoker cop gets in.
This is not nearly as bad as I remember Unbeatable Squirrel Girl being. Like, that was a god-awful book.
In a world where Venkman sucks.
Man.
So,
I'm envious.
Now, I did get a few other books in the mail this week. Actually, I got some today from my twin on the West Coast. Skipintosh sent me.
Wait. Is this your twin? Because we know Skip looks nothing like you.
No, that's not my twin. Skipintosh sent me another one. He knows I'm trying to collect these Sins of Youth issues, so he sent me the Young Justice one, which is really cool. I think I have.
They're all running from the girls.
I know.
Towards Megan Fitzmartin.
Cassie has the black hair in this instead of being a blonde. I forgot.
No, they hadn't decided to make her hot yet.
And yet in the little square, that's her right there as a blonde. Which one is it? No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, that's really cool.
Is that the multiverse Young Justice?
No, this isn't multiverse. This is the original Young Justice. This is the event they had called Sons of Youth. Where the grown-ups became kids.
Yeah, that's the icky Young Justice.
Yeah, we don't want that one.
The wrong one, yeah.
Yeah.
Look, this is how you know it's the right one. David and Knock. There you go.
2000.
It needs Megan Fitzmartin to fix it.
Fix this now.
FF. Is this number 15? Number 15 there. The one with the power pack. So that's pretty cool. Dragoda. Hickman and Dragoda. And then because it's Skipintosh and I've just come to expect something from this every time he sends me books. He sent me an Ice Cream Man. Stay up late and save some guy's life. And then to go along with that, he sent me a trade of Ice Cream Man.
I like the Dr. Seuss cover.
So he's trying to turn me into an ice cream fan, which I just thought of. And I think that's what I'm going to call.
He's trying to turn you into a Nick Dragata fan.
He's trying to turn you into Joe Biden?
That Fantastic Four issue that Nick Dragota did was really good. That might turn me into a Dragota fan right there. And then I got some books came in from E's auction. Something I haven't. That's gross. This is the family friendly show until Vinkman said fuck 5 times.
Oh fuck! I didn't mean that.
6, 7.
7. Yeah. So I got this 4-issue run of Shazam and the Monster Society of Evil. This is from Jeff Smith. Looking forward to reading this.
Ultra Prime.
Looking at the covers, like the guy seems to be like a really good tone or a really good vibe for Shazam. So I know he was touting it a lot. I think he wants to do a retrospect video after I finish reading it. So I'm looking forward to reading this. Also, speaking of Peter David, book 1 of his Supergirl run with Gary Frank.
Oh.
I was kind of flipping through it. I recognized a few of the issues. I've got a few of them. There's one where she meets Mary Marvel, and then there's one where she becomes mind controlled by Gorilla Grodd. So
I'm trying to imagine a world where Supergirl merits the talent of a Gary Frank as the artist.
Yeah.
Not only Gary Frank, Leonard Kirk. The last story arc was Ed Benes. It had good art all the way through.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like I said, I was flipping through it. I liked it.
I miss when DC was like so good that they could put their top talent on the B-list titles.
I got Adventures of Superman number 15. I believe this is like the first full appearance of Connor Kent.
Well, real quick, actually, all got to remember, Gary Frank wasn't quite. I mean, he'd been on the Hulk, but he wasn't. It was more like about right after that when he like did the Legion story and the thing he did with Straczynski where he kind of became more of a superstar. This was like him on the way. He was still ascending because this is late, like it's like 797.
This is like Punisher Jim Lee.
He's a little farther along than that, but I mean, you could tell me the art's fantastic, but yeah, Gary Frank was the regular penciler on Gen 13 for over a year.
No,
yeah, in the 30s, the issues in the 30s.
Wow,
yeah, so
cool. I also got a Bendis book.
Ooh.
New Avengers number 1. This is when he was still pretty good, though.
I know.
David Finch.
Wow, David Finch.
The first volume was great.
Dude, the one thing about Bendis books, you will never get shortchanged on an artist. If as long as it's Marvel or DC.
Yeah.
If it's an indie book, the artist will suck.
Yeah, but it's Michael Avon Oeming.
Yeah. But if it's Marvel or DC, like they always just take like the top, who's the best artist available? Bendis gets him. I think it's in his contract.
Ooh.
The Valkyrie I'm familiar with right there. Sword fighting with Hellcat.
I don't know who that is.
Also, Eric, look, it's floating heads.
No, Zach,
Oh.
it's a caption box
Filled with floating heads.
I know how Ash feels.
Got with this pirate guy.
Welcome to my world, Breen.
Where everything's broken, but you still have paint receptors.
So yeah, I got a good little amount of.
That's a cool story. You need to read the whole one. Yeah, you can be a defender for a day.
Wait.
And basically everybody shows up at the compound.
So Zach, I gotta ask, did you get that for the cover?
I got it because I don't already own the book.
No, look who's getting beat down on the cover.
Who's even beating him? I thought it was Nightwing at first, but he's fighting. It looks like he's fighting
Nightwing.
Not Nightwing. Not Nightwing. Nighthawk. That guy. No, isn't this Bill Foster?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I got it right.
Yeah, that poor black man just got knocked down. What the white guys are.
Hey, yeah. Bendis. Wait, does Maranya not like Mike Diodato?
No,
I like Mike Diodato.
I think
his
Maranya just well actually me.
I liked his last volume of New Avengers is actually my favorite one.
You can't actually the guy who created Well Actually? That's not right.
Well, actually.
Well, now Maranya, I got to point out, it really doesn't matter if you can't tell the people apart in a Diodato book that Bendis has written, because the dialogue could just be anybody anyway.
That's true. Got a Spider-Woman book in here. So I got a few of these now.
Well, sometimes I think a lot of these newer artists need to have the art toned down a little bit as far as the darkness, because their art sucks. So you just kind of hide it.
Always a good day when I can find some All-Star Squadrons that I don't own.
Well, how come your taste in back issues is so much better than your taste in new issues?
I'm a very eclectic person.
I ask you that all the time, Ash.
So anyway, that's all I got. Those are the back issues I picked up this week.
All right.
Thanks to E and Skip.
I got some back issues.
I got one too. I've been sleeping on my couch for too long.
I feel you, brother. I'm sunken into mine. It hurts to get up.
So this is the first one. I got this trade here from I Love Comics, Saturday Night Weekly Auctions, and here I got the Flash Volume 5.
Yo, is that Williamson? A Williamson one? Yeah, it is.
This is right after where the Flash is infected with the negative Speed Force. It affects him the point where when he runs, he just leaves like destruction behind him. And he's working at Iron. He basically got fired from his job, and now he's working at Iron Heights. He's demoted, getting in Captain Singh's face. And it includes from the DC Holiday Special 2017 #1. Includes that story in there. But this is Barry Allen in The Flash 28 through 32. Normally it's a $15 book, so I think I got a little cheaper from that at the auction. I think I only paid like $10.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. Fun story. Love it. I love the Josh Williams Flash. And like I said, if you haven't read Flash from Rebirth going on, you're kind of missing out, because it's the one consistently good comic book coming out. We don't say that about a lot of books.
Did Evil Black Cat take over Rhaegar's name tonight? Because Rhaegar just seems to be zinging me left and right. He's taking Evil Black Cat's job.
That's it is. He's not going after Breen. He's going after you because you're an easy target.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So then I also got these.
Oh yeah, the Homelander cover.
Have you looked through those yet?
Oh, I already own the collection of these, and I read them. Yeah.
Holy smokes! That is the penultimate Vampirella for Venkman. Just put it that way.
Well, it's Harris.
Yeah, Michael Bear.
Yeah.
I think you got really excited about those, if I'm not mistaken.
Because I own them in the trade format. Right. I never read individual issues. So, and I like individual issues. Sometimes they have posters in the back, or they have the ads too. So,
are those the ones that you had me read?
No, he gave you Adventures of Vampirella.
Oh, okay. Because I remember Hemorrhage being the
was one of the options. One of the options. Well, yeah, Hemorrhage was Adventures of Vampirella. That's who he was created.
Okay.
By what's his name? Steve? No. It's I think it's Mike Sinowski.
There were two artists working at that time.
Yeah.
Michael Bear and Mark Beecham.
Yeah.
Both of them ended up drawing porn comics. Big shock.
Great.
What a shocker.
Wow, those are
James Robinson.
These are Joe Jusko art. It's one of the reasons I picked them up, because Joe Jusko does a lot of the Warren stuff.
Yeah, she is a nun compared to the Vampirella Hemorrhage.
Yeah. Yeah, and then I saw these. Really vertical. Again, this is Vamps, the miniseries. This is by let's get the name. By Elaine Lee and William Simpson. So,
who I really wish had gotten more work. He was a good artist.
So issue 2. Issue 3.
John Bolton cover.
Yeah, is that nice?
That's pretty cool.
Issue
The artist, not the warmonger.
You know who John Bolton also did art for?
And then it didn't.
Who's that, Ash?
I don't know. I'm just
Issue 5. Do not have issue 6. Gotta go look for issue 6.
it
So
might
then-
just be on the screen.
5 out of 6 isn't bad though.
Oh no, it isn't that good. So then he was going through stuff, covers and stuff. He had some Golden Age stuff, and he came off, man.
Hey, Hawkman and a flying gorilla.
Nice.
You can never have too many gorillas in DC.
This is number 6 of DC National Comics Hawkman. So then we have For Evil, Justice League of America.
Oh, nice. That was actually pretty cool. That was the one where Amanda Waller made a team that could counter, like everyone was chosen because they could counter a member of the regular Justice League. So that was a pretty cool run. I remember liking that one a lot. I think when
Matthew
you get,
Kent doing
when
their,
you get to
their
the
writing.
Forever Evil, I think it's mostly Martian Manhunter and Stargirl that it focuses on.
Yep,
Yeah.
and that's why I picked it up. So
Yeah,
Stargirl.
there you go. Yeah,
take it.
Stargirl.
Issue 12. So
Well, Ash, we might have known that if your big fat name wasn't covering the whole thing.
and here's issue 13.
I have to have my big fat name on there because when I'm on E's stream, they don't post names of who's talking.
He doesn't.
That's a good point. You got to advertise where you can.
All right. And the one book, I had to go against Zach on this. And I end up winning.
I still hate you for that. Man, I wanted that book.
Who is that trollop?
That's the best version of Carol Danvers. there has ever
Excuse
been.
you.
Yeah, I said it. Fight me, Kelly. What's your name?
What are
Thompson?
those? Ooh, she got salty on Twitter this week.
I saw
Yeah.
that. I was about to say, lady,
Oh.
you wrote a pretty decent Black Widow run. Why don't you
So-
focus on that?
Fun series with Miss Marvel. It's
Great series. I think it ran for 50
What
issues.
are those things under her head?
Her boobs.
Oh,
No, don't be ridiculous. She doesn't have those.
Look at those gams.
No, those are thighs, I think.
Those gams.
Yeah, Kyle. That's Frank Cho, I think, on the cover, right?
Yeah, it is. And you'll never see her like this again.
Oh, sure I will. Every time I look at that cover, I will. Rather than whatever they're putting on the stands.
Instead of drinking every time, I'm just gonna pull. I'm just gonna be like, hey Zach, look what I got.
I'm going to get one of those issues one of these days.
One of these days, Alice, I'm gonna get
One
it.
of these days, Alice. Pow! Straight to the moon.
So
But
I don't know if we have any other stuff to show off. Ash, you want to show off your hands?
I'll show off images of the books I got.
those Army of Darkness books?
Well, no, that's the original book.
I did get those like a long time ago.
Oh, nice.
but no, that's John Bolton.
Okay.
He's one of my favorite artists, and he happened to do the comic book adaptation of Army of Darkness, which was also written by Sam Raimi. This is one of the best comic adaptations ever. So, the quality that was put into this.
Dang it, Finkman.
Because like
Okay.
you
Killing
see the
me,
art on
man.
the cover.
Mhm.
The art on the cover is all throughout the book. It's all painted art like that.
Oh, wow.
It's yeah. I miss John Bolton.
You know,
I miss Michael Bolton.
Still, man.
Yeah. that was a fun series. Yeah, because I remember so on the cover it says it's spinning out of the pages of New Avengers. And I remember during Bendis's New Avengers, that was the thing because I think the event was, I think it was House of M, where Carol was like the only superhero that had like a decent future in that alternate reality. And so she wanted to put all of her energy into being a hero again.
Look
And
at
so that's
that
where
art.
this
They
came
actually drew her looking decent.
Fatman, what's the name of that comic book?
This is not Camilla Khan. This is American Miss Marvel.
Well, so what's it called?
Miss Marvel.
How dare you dead name her?
And this is the future readers of Marvel.
Oh God. Actually, I saw a tweet the other day. It's like Japan can take anything American made and make it look pretty. And so it was Carol as Captain Marvel, but she looked way better drawn by a Japanese artist.
Pablo Romero can do that too.
Oh yeah, that's true. But the
basically anybody that doesn't.
The artist that's drawing Captain Marvel right now can't do it.
No, but then again, the artist that's drawing Captain Marvel isn't allowed to either.
Also true.
I mean, you had all this. You had the Brood saga coming in. Where the Broods?
The Broods, yep. They were
coming in.
I believe, they had a big storyline, I think, with that run.
She's the very last panel you see her. She's like, here's the next issue. You see like here, Brood again.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, I like that. This is what I guess what Robin, or Rainbow, whatever name Rowell is trying to do with She-Hulk.
Rainbow Rowell.
But doesn't understand, like, you're going to have a main character, of course. She's going to go on dates with guys, but it's like, it should not be all about the dating. We should have her fighting big bad guys.
You make a good point. I hadn't considered. There is some of that vibe in the She-Hulk, the ongoing You're right. There is some of that vibe. But you're right. There does need to be a balance.
But there isn't.
There's the day-to-day stuff, and then there's the superhero stuff.
Now, what you saw there, what Vegman was just showing off, is why Captain Marvel is going to at least make it to 51 issues. Because it's important to modern Marvel to have a longer Captain Marvel run than this misogynist, sexist, ist version written by a straight white man.
We hate that bathing suit version. You're disgusting. How do you only want to see her in a bathing suit? Well, when it's aimed towards guys, what do you think we're buying these books? It wasn't girls.
And I think that if you asked most honest girl readers that read that series, I think most of them would say that the Miss Marvel suit is better.
Yeah.
I know my sister thinks that. So
I mean,
it's hard to be worse than the Captain Marvel suit. It's one of the worst designed costumes.
Look at this. She's a strong feminine woman in this.
She's got muscles. She's got look at the arms, the shoulder muscles.
This is what women aspire to be when they go to the gym.
For real. Think guys are the only ones that get inspired by superheroes to go work out at the gym to look like Superman? No. Girls do too. Anyway, Ash, were you going to show off the books that you got this week?
Sure.
We cut you off oogling over
Also, E sent me the Post-it notes. Instead of keeping them.
It's funny. Hey, Dominic. All right, Ash, regale us with your comic book purchases.
Regale.
All right, you're gonna put the screen up so it's not super tiny, and not that they're just images, but so I'm gonna cheat, and I'm gonna order this book. So this will count. I gotta remember to call my store tomorrow and have them order that. I had no idea this was coming out. Let's see. Then so actual books I got. So Good Boy Prodigal Son. This is volume 3. I haven't read this. I think it's got a new, one of the writers is new. But this is a book that I've been picking up for shits and giggles. It's a dog. It's what you call it? What's that?
Book.
No, it's not a furry book. It's
kind of is.
What's the name of
parody?
John Wick.
John Wick. Thank you. I was drawing a blank. I'm like, damn it. It's John Wick, but flipped. It's got anthropomorphic animals.
In a world where John Wick's a dog and his pet human gets killed.
Yeah. That was the premise of the original book.
In a world where dog's best friend is brutally murdered.
Nice. It's really good, man. I gotta write some scripts for Eric. All right.
I know, right?
This week on the Geeky Puppet Show.
Another book I'm happy to see continuing going is the much undervalued Undiscovered Country. I'm the only person that gets this book because it's not a Marvel or DC. Most of you guys won't give it any time of day, but
I've never heard of that book before.
You could say that to Venkman, it's undiscovered.
Right. Venkman might actually really like this. I think it has a little bit of feel of like Walking Dead, where it's got an ensemble cast of characters that don't necessarily always get along. But instead of trying to survive in a world of zombies, they're trying to survive in a like American wasteland. It's kind of like Mad Max, but like on acid trip. So yeah, it's really hard to describe what this book is, but it's cool. Then the next book, Noctera, we talked about this.
I like the Christmas lights around her and around the dog. I think that's cool. I love the way they do the coloring with the lights and the darkness on that.
Yeah, for sure.
They just run through Miranya's tree.
I have to say, like, though, this is like really unimpressive for Tony S. Daniel. I feel like this is like a really quick sketched out. It just doesn't have the detail of his normal work. I don't know, but whatever.
It does catch your eye though with the rainbows, because it usually blends everything. Everything's rainbows now these days, but this is actually just a girl who's not that way.
Yeah, and it makes sense too because they live in a world of darkness, and to keep the evil away, they have to have light.
They have
so
rainbows.
any lights that they can find. So if they found Christmas lights, they would use them. That makes sense. And speaking of Christmas, Texas Blood has a Christmas special, which I want to commend Chris Condon and Jacob Phillips. Thank you for doing a Christmas special and not making it like a special issue number. It's still issue 20. You don't have to go out and buy a special book. I wish more comic people would do this. Just keep, like, Zack Snyder, I'm talking to you. This should be Noctera number 12.
I don't know why you're talking to Zach. Scott's the one that wrote the book.
No, Scott Snyder. I get those two mixed up all the time.
I blame Zack Snyder for this.
Yeah, Zack Snyder. If this was the Snyder cut, it would be no.
I need the Whedon cut.
So my only other crossover, we talked about it, is this is my number 2. Yeah, I guess I should probably have those on, right? So we got
now look
6,
at that
5, 4, 3, 2.
You look at that cover though, and compare it to the Noctera one, that just jumps throughout the page at you. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, this is just a really, really bad rendering. I mean, this is not up to Tony's normal fare. I'm surprised this is a cover, but whatever. Yeah, I really, really deliberated on getting this book because I don't buy any Marvel books. But the reason I am into comics, period, is because of Chris Claremont X-Men. And the idea of Chris Claremont doing an X-Men book and me being able to go to the store monthly and pick up Chris Claremont X-Men, I know it's not going to be as good as the heyday, but it's just like that's what I always wish I could have, and I just think it's pretty stupid if Chris Claremont's making an X-Men book and I'm not buying it. So I'm happy. I don't necessarily care about the Extreme X-Men. I've never read, so I don't know. But it's not the Krakoa shit. So yeah, and they brought back my girl Rachel Summers, not Rachel Gray. Stupid Marvel.
Yeah. Well, I like the fact that Sage is back. Sage, I love. She's a living computer. She can hack into anything,
Yeah, she wasn't a character when I.
No, she was created for this series, I believe.
Yeah,
she used to be the Black Queen, I think, actually.
No, that was Celine.
But I think she was, in this version, though, she was, though. I'm not sure.
Ash, were you on when I was talking about this before? Did you come on yet?
I don't know.
I said it's I was telling Bang, I said for those of us that read the Claremont version as it happened. This isn't. I mean, this doesn't measure up, but compared to what's out there now, this is genius, and it's fun. It's still fun. I think you will enjoy. It's not going to make you forget about what came before by any stretch, but this. Yeah, I said it's. This will. You won't be sorry you got this.
Cool.
And that sounds like a tacit recommendation.
I'm gonna give it a try. I don't expect it to be, like I said, it's not going to be as great as the heyday. I mean, Chris Claremont. I mean, that was like 35 years ago that he was doing that stuff. So, but I'm looking forward. I'm hoping. If there's just something, if it's even just somewhat decent, I just want to relive that. And then my number one. I can't believe I'm the only one getting this book on this panel. Shame on the rest of you. I understand Breen wouldn't get this, but the rest of you, do a Powerbomb, number 7. This might be the best comic of 2022. So, this is a book. It's a pure Ash book where I'm like, that looks stupid. That looks totally terrible. And everyone's like, no, it's really great. You really should try it. Okay, I'll try it. Oh my gosh, it's really good.
But that never happens.
It never happens. Except all the time for me. But no, all the best books I read are books that got recommended. It almost always works out that way. So anyways, do a Powerbomb. I don't even really care about pro wrestling. I haven't liked pro wrestling since I was a kid during the Hulkamania years, like way long time ago. But this book, it transcends it. Daniel Warren Johnson does the writing and the art, and this book is full of heart. It's got a fantastical spin to it, so that it just takes these characters who just happen to be pro wrestlers, and it's hard to say too much. I don't want to spoil much. But basically, one of the characters, this girl here, she's lamenting her dead mother, and some necromancer from some fantasy dimension who happens to be a fan of pro wrestling has thrown together a wrestling tournament, and the winner will get any one wish they desire, and he has the power to resurrect her mother. So she enters the tournament, but she's a complete novice. So anyways, there's a lot to it. It's just the way that it plays out, and the art in this book is stupendous. This is not necessarily my favorite cover of the series, but man, this is just a super, super fun book. So I recommend that you try it. I missed out on it originally when it came out. Like, I think it was on issue 4 or 5 when I jumped onto it. And so I've been picking them up on Comixology. If you buy them late, you get a half off. So I buy them for $1.99 an issue, and it's absolutely worth it. I really wish I was getting the physicals on this, because it's not necessarily my favorite book, just because I have my own biases, but it absolutely is the best book so far that I've read. In if I were to grade. Give it a award of the year for best comic for 2022. That would be this, and that's it. That's my number 1.
Cool. Now I gotta ask, who's got the ambience in the background? Sounds like a train or something moving in the background, a noise, or somebody's moving a stool. If you're really quiet, you're talking, you can hear it.
Is it this?
Yeah.
No, it's not this. Is it?
Unless it's excited. It sounds like background noise. It's like,
I didn't hear anything. Maybe I'm deaf.
What?
Sounds like an orca. Exactly. Sounds like whales in the background communicating, actually. I don't know.
That was like a sick wolf. That wasn't a whale.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's not me then if I hear it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know. It's not Breen.
Can't be me. I don't have a train or anything by me.
Oh.
Unless you're just breathing into the microphone lately, and I don't know. It's weird.
Am I doing that again?
Why are you not? ASMR with Zach.
Oh, hey, look, that's John Bolton.
John Bolton. Do a power bomb. Get it,
Hey,
kids.
Skip.
Ash does not steer you wrong. And by the way, Zach, that is an eclectic pull.
That is an eclectic pull. I will give you. It's a different flavor of eclectic. You have the strawberry flavor, and I have the chocolate flavor. I mean, it's all eclectic.
Are you sure, Zach?
Okay, fine. Coffee. Or Ash can have the chocolate, and I can have coffee.
Coffee.
I'm not sure a bunch of mainstream stuff is eclectic, but if you want to call it that, you go ahead.
Maybe. Hey, look. Maybe like you were saying with do a power bomb, you're like nobody else is getting. Like you started getting it because other people recommended it, and you're like, I don't know, I don't like it. Oh wait, it's actually maybe I'm doing that with Fantastic Four, and y'all are all just haven't tried it.
Maybe
yet.
I should say Ash on Judgment.
Yeah.
Judge Ash? No, that doesn't sound like Judge Dredd.
Lest he judge ye.
Well, we all judge Yi. Yi says some weird stuff.
Ye's out his freaking mind.
Zach is celebrating because he can talk shit about Ye all day long and no one will give him flack.
I have his CD out in my car. Okay, I thought that.
Oh, did you just buy it yesterday?
No, I had it like when it first came out.
He's like, Ye's on my side.
No, not anymore. He's not. No. Not anymore. It's like, dude, you got to go see a therapist and go through some intense counseling before you can be on my side again.
Skip, I gave you the link. If you got time, jump on and show off your books. We're pretty much towards the end here. Well, at least of the stream. I can't speak for
towards the end. I hope not.
I've just been adding my my books on my phone to the League Comic Geeks, which we use for every Tuesday night for a pull list.
I need to do that. I have a bunch of books that I haven't added to my collection list.
I mean, I also use Post-it notes, and yours. I'm like, okay, what numbers do I need now? Because
do you just put the Post-it notes on the phone?
That's what I would do.
For Breen, you probably would. You're like, what do you mean Post-it notes? I don't know what. Oh, it's a little app in here I can use on her. You can see it or not. Yeah.
Is there an app on there where it's got me telling you to go F yourself? Is there an app for that?
There's an app, there's an app in here, but it's not from you though. It's from everyone else. So I'll have to put you on the list further down where I created. I'll add you though.
Hey everybody, Brittany Griner's home.
Oh God, Lord!
I heard about that. Somebody said we traded her for someone who can actually shoot.
Yeah, it's like
we traded her for the world's deadliest arms dealer.
But you know what was even better? Guess who tweeted saying it was a wonderful day for America?
AOC?
Arizona's new governor, Katie Hobbs.
Oh yeah, non-elected governor.
Yeah. As far as I can tell, what's her name? Lake is still. Well, they're still fighting the final ruling.
Well, Arizona too Arizona and Georgia too. Because
you know what's funny about this though? In all seriousness, yeah, she's America's new hero. When she was in college playing for LSU, she punched an opponent in the face during a game, knocked her out. And the only reason why she didn't get suspended for the rest of the year was LSU was number one and they were in line to win a national championship. And women's sports they needed her, so she got a pass. Her wife, I don't know if it's this one or the first one, filed domestic battery charges against her. Or, she had domestic battery charges from when she beat the hell out of her wife.
Jeez.
And that's worth an arms dealer while a Marine there on trumped up charges rots.
Yeah.
That's where, so that's, sorry, didn't mean to go political.
And it's not even like what was that guy who was in North Korea because he he messed with a banner or something. Like, she got caught doing illegal drugs. Like, it's a perfectly legitimate reason that she got arrested. It wasn't like some BS reason.
No, perfectly legit for arrested. Getting sent to a gulag for hard labor. That's political.
But
yeah.
Still, I would say this though. Instead of getting her, we left the veteran or U.S. soldier still in there.
That's what I was saying.
That's what he said.
Stupid. And everybody's been saying that. It's like she knew what she was doing. She was willingly breaking the law. It's like, sure, Russia is corrupt as hell. But if you think you're going to go in there and break their laws, you're even a bigger moron.
Yeah.
Well, again, yeah, I doubt if.
But no, she's best friends with Biden, though. That's why.
I said, yes, she broke a law, but again, it should have been just a slap on the wrist, even over there. I'm not disputing that.
They're damn well corrupt over there.
But because I even saw some, comic book guys that I follow on Twitter that lean hard left, criticizing this.
Interesting.
Yeah, so this, I mean, it's so transparent. I mean, we know it's a great tweet. It didn't bring her back because she's a WNBA player. They don't care about that. They brought her back because she's gay and black, and that trumps a U.S. soldier with this administration.
You can't say that word.
What, U.S. soldier?
No, well, not that one. The other one. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, the T word.
Don't say the T word on this channel. Oh, you'll just trigger so many people here. This is our safe space, okay, guys?
Yeah, I feel it's unfortunate that she got turned into a political pawn where, because of her active distaste for America, so when she got arrested, you had one side being like, yeah, serves you right, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And then the other side only freed her because they could then use her as a political pawn, or the opposite. Like, hey, look at us. We're,
yeah.
And either way, it's like, I think it's distasteful. I don't think she should be in a gulag for 10 years because she smuggled in a little weed.
She should have been she should have been like a fish on one of those shows, captured and released.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I did see a great Babylon Bee headline today. Brittany Griner returns to Russia after seeing a United States flag on landing.
I know, and like I said, I won't hide the fact I listen to Crowder, but I also listen to other people too. And I laugh because Crowder is correct. Sure, Russia's a horrible place, yeah, and is she gonna get a fair trial there? No, but you knew the laws going into this, and if you don't know the laws, you're an idiot going to another country. You should always know their laws, or don't go. And
that's true.
Yeah.
On a lighter note, do you guys ever watch the Babylon Bee YouTube channel?
No,
every now and then.
No.
Have you seen Zach? Have you seen any of the episodes of the California couple that moved to Texas?
Yeah.
I did see one. Oh my gosh, was that the one? There was one where they went and knocked on Ted Cruz's door. And then he drops paper and they pick it up and it's like the Zodiac messaging.
Well, the season finale dropped this week.
Oh,
because in episode 5 they went back to California.
Oh, okay.
Because they couldn't. Yeah, they were felt guilty from all the way they were changing, so they went back home. And then the season finale was it's great.
I need to check it out.
Well, yeah, I've seen it on Instagram because they posted there too. And the best one I like is the cookout. And they like the husband. He's just like, I like the food here. I don't want to leave, baby. He's like, you're eating meat.
Now going back to comics real quick. This nightclub that Ash has up on his screen, that's $1.99.
Yep.
Yes.
Mark Millar. He's been praising that on his channel. That if you guys watch it, Ashland Comics.
Ashland's a channel.
So for those of you
I didn't
who
realize it was $1.99 though. That's awesome.
So for those of you who may have come in late, there's a book by Mark Millar, who is one of the biggest writers in the business. He's doing a new book called Nightclub, and he's doing an experiment. He thinks comics are too expensive, and he wants comics to cost less. So he's publishing this book for $1.99. I believe it's a 6-issue miniseries, Every issue is going to be $1.99. If it does really well, there will be more. But he wants to see, like, will comics sell more if they cost less, or will it still be the same? Because if they sell the same, you might as well sell them for $3.99 if people are just going to pay whatever.
Right.
And me
I
personally,
have a feeling it's not going to sell that much more.
No.
I don't think people really care. I think people will just pay what they pay. And I think that's sad, which is, I think, why we pay so much for comic books. Yeah. However, I'm doing my best to try to promote it. It's only $1.99. You can buy one issue of it. And if it sucks, you don't have to buy any more. I'm not going to, but
it sucks because it's a vampire book.
Yeah, I see what I did there.
If only you use a stick on Zach.
Who's the artist?
The artist is
Juan
Ramirez.
Juane.
Yeah, if I'm correct, it's about a vampire who goes out at night and pretends to be a superhero. But and then there's also he also wears like a luchador mask.
Yeah, I'll give you this. I'll read you the pitch.
Sure.
Let's see. This series will be $1.99. Take that, Marvel and DC. You're 17 years old and you've been bitten by a vampire. Do you live in the shadows and drink human blood? Or do you use your newfound gifts for the dream costume superhero life that you've always wanted? You're bulletproof. You can crawl up walls and you can turn into mist, bats, or even a wolf. Why not have a little fun? So, yeah, that sounds like an interesting premise. I'm not a huge vampire lover, but the idea of kids being turned into vampires and then being like, oh, I have superpowers now, I'll be a superhero
for the rest of your life. Cool.
Yeah, so and Mark Millar is he's one of my personal favorite writers. So
Greg Capullo's in that cover right there.
This one?
No, the main cover is supposed to be a variant cover. I guess he does a variant cover. So one of them.
That's the Greg Capullo one.
You know what I would have respected even more than the $1.99 price?
A Costco hot dog and soda?
No, if there'd just been one cover. If you're gonna go old school, do it all away.
No, there's a Spawn variant. How ironic.
Yeah, that's something Venkman and I were talking about on Tuesday with Gargoyles, and Dynamite in general seems to be copying Marvel's playbook when it comes to the variant covers, because they had about 1 million for Gargoyles #1.
There's one of the things, what I've been doing this week is going through the back issue bins, pulling indie books that have been sitting for too long, because once an indie book goes into the back stock, it might as well go into witness protection.
Yeah.
But I am seeing so many books that I don't even remember from a year ago, 5 different covers of #1 that made it into the back issues. And there's no room for anything other than that. I mean, I pulled 6 long boxes and I'm even through the alphabet of just, they said, unsellable indie stuff, but the multiple covers just endless.
They're turning into the 80s obscure indie books.
No, I'm talking about just
I'm just saying. When I say
at least they only had one cover.
Yeah, but still, what my dollar bin is full of? It's either Malibu or it's Wetworks, or it's Wildcats, Youngblood. A lot of the stuff that maybe back then was popular, but nowadays I don't see anybody touching it, unless it's like a rare issue.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I'm gonna have to jump off after this.
Sure.
One thing that kind of surprised me, speaking of Wetworks, was this is the 30th anniversary of Image. I really thought there'd be a wave of nostalgia among collectors and customers. That I thought that Image would have some kind of, their back issue would have some kind of resurgence. Didn't happen. And I realized I think the reason why that is that's one of the byproducts of the industry fundamentally shifting who they want reading the books, so that the majority of the people that come in the store now would be offended by them. Because
the target audience for year one Image is absolutely like 99% pushed out of the industry.
Yeah. And that's That's unfortunate. I mean, I'm not championing any of those as great comics, per se, because I mean, I think the better stuff came later once the bloom was off the Image rose when they started hiring writers to go with some of their stuff. But
I'm gonna tell you what, Matthew Rosenberg made Jim Lee and Brandon Choi seem like Chris Claremont on Wildcats. His Matthew Rosenberg's Wildcats is such hot trash that I was like, oh man, if I could go back in time and tell, 35 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever, me, and be like, oh, you guys think that this isn't the great writing? Well, guess what? It's going to be like 30 years from now.
But it's an entirely different kind of bad writing. I mean, the early Image stuff, it wasn't good writing, but it was all about looking good and being full of action. The last thing I want in a Wildcats book would be a bunch of people sitting around talking about what they're going to have for freaking dinner. Anyway, speaking of freaking dinner, it's 11:30 here, and I haven't eaten yet, so that's where I'm gonna head out and throw something in the microwave before I expire. There you go, Kat. Have at it.
All right.
So I will see you kids tomorrow night for the Batman tier list.
Wait, that's actually happening this time? Or we have confirmation?
Yeah, I think you did. I thought that was happening tonight. Actually,
it was, but I said it. What? Yeah, I wasn't going to ditch this for that.
Gotcha.
So, and since we're not reading tomorrow, figured it's perfect time to do it. So, Ash, you're invited, obviously. Oh, that would be so cool, Rhaegar.
He's bad as a coffin.
if I could pull that off, I'd do that in a heartbeat.
Are you kidding me? And you imagine if it's going to be in a coffin, it's just a stretcher for the hospital ambulance. They can just wheel them away.
Love you too, Venkman.
Well, the coffin, you need 6 people to move that thing. I can't lift that.
Yeah, I was a pallbearer this year. They are heavier. Fuck.
Even without the body.
Oh well, the body didn't really. Trust me, the body, unless it's like a pro wrestler, you don't even notice the weight of the body. Those caskets are just, yeah. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Take care.
All right. Take care, Brady.
Be very propitious, they have a casket in your house.
So I also did a little bit more reading today. So we are not doing our normal Hickman journey, as we're calling it tonight. We're not doing our normal Hickman retrospect. My twin is a little under the weather tonight, and I believe next week we're not meeting as well. So, but I did do some reading today. I did read up his final Fantastic Four issues. Which is interesting because it doesn't add to the big. It doesn't have like a big overarching story. It's like a bunch of smaller 1 or 2 issue stories, but they're still really cool. So that was a lot of my reading for today. There was some Black Panther issues in there. There was a really cool one with Willie Lumpkin. There was also one that I won't talk about here because I know I'm going to get dogpiled on.
No one ever dogpile on you.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, one had like Frank Cho doing a Sue Storm and Aurora Monroe cover. That was really neat. So that was my day reading those. And there was a Doctor Doom issue that was also pretty cool.
Yeah.
So Hickman Fantastic Four is still the GOAT.
I'm still saying for retrospective, you guys, and I'll skip and said to talk about doing it, but you guys have like 4 freaking things planned for the next year on your guys' own retrospective.
We've got the whole Hickman journey, as we're calling it. We got, once we're done with Fantastic Four, because then it goes into Avengers and then New Avengers, and then that leads to Secret Wars. So yeah, there's a ton.
I was talking to Ash, and I was talking to Skip behind the scenes. Like I said, I want to do Court of Owls.
I don't have quarter vowel. I can't. No, I'm not adding quarter vowels to my reading list. That's too.
Speaking of the man himself,
is he here? Twin.
What? He said he couldn't get on.
Because he was driving.
He was driving. I guess he got home.
So.
No, I'm still driving. What's up, y'all?
What's up, man? How you doing?
It's like that floating brother eye orb.
It's driving skip. Is it raining where you are? It sounds like
He's off-roading.
Yeah, it's raining up here. We got some rain the next few days. So
you know what's funny though is that all that rain's gonna head towards my way. They're talking about like north of Milwaukee, northwest, all stuff. It's all slush snow. I'm just getting rain. I'm thank God. And you're welcome, MP Real Goddess, for the shout outs. Check her on YouTube at MP Real Goddess 9104. The link's right there. She is playing her first time playthrough through the Uncharted number 4. So
cool.
And then she also plays Destiny on her Twitch. She plays Destiny. Her and her other half, Aries, they are playing the new game called Evil West. The new horror, kind of like it's a Western, basically, and you're going up against vampires and some other monsters. Really cool game. So they just started checking that out. Did that last night. So always some stuff going on. So if you guys are looking for video game stuff, check out her. Cool person. She does laugh at her own jokes, so she's just like Zach, but a little cooler than Zach, though. Yes. And Eric Breen, I don't see how it is unless you're saying that. Oh, because Skip's here. Did he left? Whoa.
hey, I was trying to get on while Breen was there, and I was like, I know I'm gonna miss him, and he's gonna say something about me leaving. After he gets on there. It's all right. It's all right, Eric Breen. We our Kings are doing pretty good right now, so no hard feelings.
I'm surprised that Ash was on while Skip was, not Skip, but Eric. I thought Eric would have dipped off fast. You're like, oh, something came up, He's always stuck in streams. But anyway, though, there is no retrospective for tonight, I guess, on Skipped, but you can watch past streams there on his YouTube channel, which is basically Skip and Tosh, or watch it on his through Switch. Either way, you get fun. I guess they're trimmed down on YouTube, right?
On YouTube, it's not the whole. It's not the whole like 3-hour or 5-hour stream. It's just the discussion for Fantastic Four or Future Foundation. So usually they're less than 2 hours. Sometimes they get a little long.
And the great thing is, if you become a subscriber for $5 a month, basically you can give Skip $2.50 because Twitch likes to take their half now instead of their third before. You can watch either watch MP Real Goddess playing her games or Skip, and we got Zach here, and we got Ash Von Comics talking about their stuff. But if you subscribe, you don't get interrupted by 20 ads in the middle of it.
Yep, true. And if you have Amazon Prime, you get a free subscription that you can gift to anybody on Twitch, and it doesn't cost you anything, but the recipient, the person who you subscribe to, does get that revenue. So yeah, keep that in mind too. I got a lot of if you go on there, I organized everything. So there's me reading through Jonathan Hickman's Secret Warriors and some Mike Carey X-Men stuff, and all sorts of like different readings that I'm doing up on there too. And then of course the discussions between like me and Zach, and the fade out, and me, Ash, and Zach for Future Foundation and Fantastic Four. If you end up following, I'm gonna tell y'all, if you end up following, this is the only time I'm gonna say this before it happens. There will be a special little event or a special little night of streaming after me, Ash, and Zach finish up the Hickman Fantastic Four and Future Foundation stuff. So,
dear God, you're going to 6 a.m.
No,
you and Ash go to 5. I mean, what's another hour?
No, this is true.
No, and as MP Real Goddess saying, Twitch just needs to get better. about their things. It has its faults, but it's crazy though. The community on Twitch, people will gift you subscriptions, so you can use all their little like nifty little like subscriber only like chat emojis you want to, or just like I said, not having interrupted by any commercials when you first click on when you see their live, or just during you don't get interrupted, so you don't miss like a big chunk of what you guys are talking about, especially when you're retrospective. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that honestly, all the years I've been streaming on Twitch, I could say that's like, aside from them having good engineering like through their website for their applications, the generosity of the community is the main thing that like really kept me going. It was just fun, and people were just super generous on there. Of course, you get your trolls and stuff like that, and you learn how to deal with them. But the generosity of the community on Twitch, pretty awesome. Like chill and just cool people on there too that are into the stuff.
We're losing them.
Y'all lost me?
You started robot and you became a skip on robots.
Oh, I know. I drove past somewhere where I connect to that Wi-Fi. My phone tried to connect to the Wi-Fi there.
I turn my Wi-Fi when I'm driving purposely because I hate that.
Yeah, it's a wise thing to do. It's definitely not something that I often remember to do. But yeah, it's a good community. So yeah, come hang out with us here, talk about comics, Fantasy Four, and some other stuff. Do you want me to run through my books real quick?
Yeah.
All right.
You know I can't show them off, but do it.
I can't. I don't even have it with me.
It's like, here's my comic. Oh God, car coming the other way.
I help. The first, but can y'all still hear me?
Now I can.
Oh,
not anymore.
Not anymore.
Live from Ukraine.
All right.
Did y'all? Oh, okay.
There you go.
So, okay, so y'all can hear me now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, cool. First book that I'm putting up there is Batman issue 130. I don't even know how many books I got. I think I ended up getting like 8 books, but I didn't read the Frank Miller one yet. So I'm gonna put the Batman 130 up there last.
It's so awkward.
He got hit with the Joker gas, and then he went radio silent. Oh, there it goes again.
Did I robot again?
You laughed and then you got kicked out.
You laughed and then you got really quiet and then you cut out. I was like, oh, what happened? That was weird.
What? It's booting me? Oh my gosh.
It's the rain.
Is that what it is? Let's see.
Know.
Anyway, yeah. It was just ridiculous. I'm so glad that this arc is over. I'm so glad. But only thing is, we got to see, what he does, starting in the next one. But yeah, anyway,
if you've read it, entry into Earth,
bro, what is this Fast and Furious? What is Chip Zdarsky? Like, I know you knew what you were doing, bro. Like, oh my gosh, just ridiculous. Like that dude should not have made it back to Earth in one piece, let alone without like melting.
It's Batman, though. Batman's got a plan for everything. He's got a contingency for all kinds of crap.
Yeah, but like a plan and surviving re-entry into Earth's atmosphere and not disintegrating into a crisp are 2 different things, bro. 2 different things. So anyway, I was trying not to spoil too much of it, but for anybody I don't know how much y'all talked about it, but yeah, that book was just ridiculous. So
overall, like I said, if you turn your brain off, yeah, it's basically non-stop action Batman, and that's what's made it better. But I like Detective Comics too. I like having two different styles of Batman.
Yeah, I do completely agree with that. Like I'm not mad that this Batman exists, and I think, and even still, I think this is the right way to. Sorry, I have my garage door opener to satisfy, like the monthly Batman readers. I think this is an appropriate tone for the book, but it's just a personal thing. Like I just got tired of the pedal to the metal thing. It was cute the first two issues, and then after that, I'm like, okay, this is just grating to me, and like it's annoying after a certain point. It's like, give me some dynamics. I don't want it on 11 the whole time. Sometimes, like, I mean, he dipped down to maybe like 8.5 here and there during, like, so far in the run, but even to me still, I'm like, man, this is just too high.
What if this isn't 11 though? What if we're actually only at like 6 though?
Bro, you can't classify what this man is doing as anything below a 9.5 or 8.5 at the least.
His 6 is other people's 11s. I'm just saying, it's like he's like just that much better than them. That's why he's just. You think it's gonna get like, oh, it's gonna tone down, and it's like he just jumped the shark.
Dude, yeah, that's what he did. And yeah, I mean, like, I do get what you're saying. I mean, like Donny Cates can be bombastic and kind of wild and stuff like that too. And I have appreciation. I'm glad people like that exist in comics. It's just sometimes, man, it just goes too far, and Chip went too far too fast. So I hope he didn't blow his load in this fail-safe story arc. We'll see. But anyway.
Well, not with Tim being there. Hope not.
Well, I didn't say Bruce. I said Chip. Let me see.
So
we go through.
I really hope this book would have tied into Snow Angels though. That would have been dope, but they didn't do that.
Oh, that's you and Ash. I don't know nothing about no Snow Angels.
Well, Snow Angels in the cover, these kids were being pursued by this robot that they were told that you don't go by the robot because the robot makes you it disappears you. So yeah, he's in the snowbanks area. But, too hard, too fast, like Wally West.
Yeah, instead of Too Fast, Too Furious, my sequel is Too Hard, Too Fast. Okay, so next up I got That Texas Blood, issue number 20, Christmas special. I enjoyed it. It was interesting, like a little. Christmas it was a little different. Yeah, the Christmas special. It's kind of like an orange cover. I ended up getting the black and white cover with the skeleton dude on it, but yeah, Ash got it up there. It was a little different from the rest of the issues, like a change of pace, which was nice. The last story arc that they just wrapped up in the last issue has been my favorite so far. But it was also the ending, like it wasn't a bad ending, but there was a little left to be desired. So for them to come out of there and switch gears on this one was cool. And this is their second Christmas special. So it's just cool to see them continue with that theme, especially for like Chris Condon. I think this is really his first major series as a writer. He's a really young writer, really young man. So I appreciate the fact that him and Jacob Phillips, son of Sean Phillips, of course, from the Foo Baker, Sean Phillips and Ed Brubaker team up.
So I got a question for you. I've never read this book before. Is this modern or is this like a Western? What is this?
Honestly, it's kind of really hard to like it is more modern, but they jump time for some of the parts of the stories too. So it's more modern than anything, but like each arc takes place in a different time period, and then even within the arcs, sometimes they'll switch up the time. They'll switch up the time period. Like That Texas Blood it's more of a, how do I describe it? It's kind of more like kind of like the Twilight Zone or like Twin Peaks, where That Texas Blood is the setting, and then any kind of stories can kind of happen within the setting.
Okay. Kind of like Tales of the Crypt,
Tales of the Crypt would be that'd be a good equal to it, if you will,
It threw me off.
parallel.
I was thinking like, oh, it's like a modern Western, like a story, but kind of like Brubaker, but not Brubaker. Western.
Yeah, nah, it's not a Western, but what's cool is like, you get some of those sensibilities, but it's more so that it's Texas. It's like really Texas, kind of out in the middle of nowhere, the sticks, like Texas, and then small town vibes. Everybody knows everybody, but that's part of the allure, because when things happen, because there's such intimate connections within that small community,
Yeah.
it's like, the ripple effect that it has is very intriguing.
RDV, have you seen that movie, Hell or High Water?
No, but I think I remember what it was about. That's hard to
All right. Well, if you haven't seen it, I was gonna say, because the first arc has kind of those similar vibes of what Skip's describing, but
because I like shows like opposite, like Longmire or Justified and stuff like that, but they're like not really Western, but it kind of has that kind of feeling a little bit. Where you're in a small town, everybody knows everybody. There's crime, corruption, but there's an honest person trying to just survive.
Yeah, it takes place in present day, or roughly present day. It's not like in the 1800s or anything. So some of the covers, obviously, like you look at this cover here, and it looks like it could totally be a Western.
Yeah.
But,
that Texas Blood, it sounds like I thought it was an old guy, like an old sheriff, and he's got to deal with all this corruption come back from when he was younger.
One of the main character, I guess he's a main character, or he's a prominent character, is an old sheriff.
Because that's what lured me. I was gonna start reading it, and I just got so far behind. I was just like, wait till it's done. I can just binge through it.
Yep. So, but yeah. Anyway, that was my next book. So let me see. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 5, but I'm only talking about 4 of them.
So
I got
more. Wait, what are you holding out for?
It's just funny because like you say that Texas Blood, and it's a Christmas special. I'm like, how much joyful is in that book?
You have to read it to find out. You'd be surprised. I really want to give Chris Condon credit. He doesn't feel like this is his first series. His writing is really, really tight. Like you could tell he really, obviously, Jacob Phillips is his partner. You could tell he really studied Ed Brubaker, especially in the first arc. You could really, really tell he really was a student, of Ed Brubaker's writing. But he started to get away from it too, and it's cool to see him grow as a writer. But it doesn't feel like it's his first book. So you'll go into it thinking that it's one particular thing, but you'll be really surprised with what it actually ends up being. You'll be surprised at how nuanced the storytelling is, and you'll also be surprised how they'll kind of weave in and out of genres, but also keep it really grounded. It's pretty crafty writing for such a new writer.
If they go to aliens, I'm out.
You could be out, but man, if the writing's good, why not be in?
Indiana Jones 4. Anything like that, I'm out.
Well, that's a whole nother topic. Anyway, so that was Texas Blood. Next up, what I got is Sword of Azrael, issue number 5.
I wondered if you're getting that one. So.
Oh hell, yeah, dude! It's Dan Waters. He's one of my favorite writers in comics.
Is that been on hiatus?
No.
I haven't seen that or anybody talked about it in a while. So. I
don't see anybody talking about it either. It comes out steady every month. It's man, it's. As someone who grew up reading Nightfall, that was probably my first big series or whatever, or event or or storyline, whatever, for Batman when I was younger. I have an affinity for Jean-Paul Valley. From what he got introduced as to what he ultimately ended up being, and his relationship with Bruce Wayne and everything. I didn't read a lot of Sword of Azrael though. I just didn't. Obviously, I was a kid. I didn't have a lot of money for comics. So outside of what little allowance that I had, which I didn't know how to budget, I would catch books here and there when my mom took me to the, to the store when I got a haircut, and I'd grab stuff off the spinner rack. So I didn't get to read a lot of Sword of Azrael, but what I know of Azrael, what I've read of him, and then what Dan Watters has been doing with the character since Arkham City, The Order of the World. Yo, it's like like I haven't like this is as we talk about this a lot, and I hear a lot of y'all talk about it more than I do. The respect that you want to see characters get, and the proper characterizations, respect to the history, but then also taking them forward so they're not just the same exact thing. Like maintain the essence, but put them in newer situations that I haven't seen before, so I can be entertained by that and see their character continue to be tested. Dan Watters is doing all of that, and I don't know, and like I mean maybe because there's not a big Jean Paul Valley group, but there's not enough people talking about what Dan Watters is doing. And I think the other thing is people would be surprised by it because of some of the other work that Dan Watters had done, specifically with that Superwoman book. But honestly, I didn't read a lot of that. I would like crumple that up and throw your conceptions of what Dan Watters does to characters out, because everything that he did a Superman short story with Danny that was incredible, and Superman Red, White, and Blue. Totally got the relationship between Clark Kent, Lois Lane, and Clark's importance to our world as a beacon of hope. And I say this as someone who does not like Superman modern day.
Yeah, my question is now is you didn't read any of the Ram v Catwoman, did you?
Yeah, I read some of it.
So were they introduced Father Valley?
No, I didn't read that.
Okay, because yeah, that's it. Yeah, Ram v created Father Valley.
I mean, and that makes sense. Ram V and Dan Watters are in a writing collective y'all often hear me talk about called White Noise Crew. So they're riffing off of each other while doing this. I'm just delighted that this crew is over here at DC. Him, Alex Packnadell, Ram V, Dan Watters, O'Sullivan. I forgot his first name. He'll probably be over there eventually too. But I'm just delighted that there's editors letting this group of writers, who are really good group of writers, actually work together and build upon lore and stuff like that from pre-established books that people are actually into. The only issue is it's not getting promoted enough, and not enough people are talking about it. True. I think it's such good writing and so nuanced at the same time that people just aren't used to it and don't know how to take it if it's not like a comic clobbering you over the head with like some crazy concept or some big juicy amount of action or some brand new character. It's like, I'm sorry guys, but this is kind of just really good comic book writing for your money. It's like it's special in the sense that it's foundationally everything that we want as readers who invest in these characters, but it's not like a big gimmick thing. And so I don't know, it's just and some people maybe just don't like it, and maybe just don't like more nuanced storytelling, and I can respect that too. Everybody's got their preferences, but I'm here to tell people everything that we talk about a lot, like characters being respected, their history being respected, but Dan Watters is doing that.
Yeah, and it was amazing though, because it reminds me, because I always forget, like, yeah, you're actually, because you're not a fan of capes, but you're actually reading DC books. Like you're reading the Ram V freaking Batman of all things. I was like crazy, because I'm like, I never would have thought you would have crossed over, because you have a specific taste, you like different style of writing, and you tend to follow those writers. So
yeah, you said it. I follow the writers. I mean, even Chip Zdarsky. I like Chip Zdarsky and I respect him. Like I'm ready. I'm glad that this part of his run is over. But I'm not dropping it because it's not bad. It's just not to my taste. But yeah, I'm for quality stuff. If it's quality, even if I'm not super into it, I'll get around to it. I'll put it on the list. I'll read it. Just because I like quality. Even if I don't like the character, I like quality, and I like creators more than I like characters, because you never know what you're gonna get when a writer jumps on a character. But if you know the writer's work and what they do from character to character to character, if you follow them, you'll pretty much always get a quality book. So that's kind of what I go for. But anyway, yes, Sword of Azrael, Dan Watters, I highly, 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 highly recommend it. And especially for Dan Watters to not be a Christian, and for him to respect Jean Paul Valley's faith so much and make it so integral, like the way that he utilizes it and keeps it true. I'm like, Dan Watters, either you do homework so good at one point in time, you must have been a believer, because like there's kind of deeper subtext to like the Christian faith that Dan Waters surprisingly gets really right. That's the average person would like totally be all clunky and kind of mess that part up, and we would kind of have to like look over it. I'm surprised how he's nailing it. So anyway, 5 out of 6. Can't wait to see the next issue and see how it wraps up. I know they're gonna keep them on the kit.
Are you getting all these covers too? I know you collect covers that your books you really like.
I do, but like for these ones, because I don't love the artists, so I'm just getting like cover A's for the most part for this one. Yeah, I haven't really liked a lot of even the cover B's. Move on to the next one. We're staying in the White Noise crew. All Against All. Alex Packnadell from White Noise. My favorite. Gosh, Casper has to be like. He's top 5. It's hard to put him above like Tomas Giarello and Nick Dragata and even kind of Brian Stelfreeze, but like him and Martin Morazzo, when I see their art, there's just a joy that wells up inside of me. Casper Wingard just has an awesome, distinct style, and he's a true cartoonist. Like you feel cartoonist vibes, not just illustrator vibes, when you check out his storytelling, his characters, and everything. But All Against All, I actually got the Spawn cover, which looks almost exactly like cover A. I also got the Sean Phillips cover Naturally, which was the all red background because it's Sean Phillips.
Is there dinosaurs on that cover? The Spawn? Zach might get it.
Might. That is one of the secret ingredients for me to enjoy a comic book.
I knew that this Skip was going to be getting this book.
He just left.
Oh, is he gone?
He's gone again.
He dropped again.
When I saw this, I was like, oh, this is a Skip book.
I wonder if he's still talking.
It's got a cool... The premise of All Against All sounds really cool. It says it's a distant future. Earth is gone, but a race of alien conquerors known as the Operators have preserved its most savage animals in an artificial jungle environment that they barely understand. With no bodies of their own, the Operators move from world to world, harvesting bodies for the organic exosuits that they use to wage their endless wars. Ignored and underestimated by his captors is the habitat's sole human specimen, Helpless. However, when their efforts to find and harvest an apex predator intensify, he gives them far more than they bargained for. So it almost sounds kind of like Predator vibes, but with a different spin. Instead of just like one predator like hunting like in a wild state, like it's like zookeepers, I guess. I don't know. It sounds really cool. I might check this out.
Yeah, I saw they had a preview, little preview for that. I think it was at the end of Noctera. I think there's a little preview page for it.
Oh yeah,
like 4 or 5 preview pages. Yeah, and that was kind of the vibe I got, kind of Predator-ish, but with animals. Yeah, it seemed interesting. The art was catching. I did like the art. So yeah, I like
that the one thing that's given the most trouble is like the lone human.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, James Gunn canceled the movie with Michael Keaton Batman, and the rumors are saying it was going to be a Batman Beyond.
It's a rumor. It's probably somebody probably said that to get people riled up because they're all angry at Gunn because, apparently a lot of stuff got canceled. Like Wonder Woman 3 got canceled. But here's the thing: he came out and he said, "Listen, yeah, some stuff got canceled, but other stuff didn't, and we're not saying what's what because we're not ready to make the announcement yet." But
whatever got canceled, good riddance. I don't want more bad movies.
I pretty much concur.
And I'll just say this: I wish Stargirl would have continued on, but I mean, if Jeff Johns is back to running full time in DC comic books and he's not going to be filtered by DC, good for it. I hope he continues his Stargirl stuff in his writing. In his JSA stuff.
I think Stargirl, I think, is a victim of the fact that CW is being sold.
I think, Stargirl might be more of a CW issue.
I heard
It'd be cool if they carried it over to like HBO.
Well, I heard that HBO Max was basically being scrapped, but not.
They're combining it with Discovery. Yeah.
But so they were getting originally. I thought they're going to go get rid of it at all.
No, they're going to combine it. I think it's just going to be called Max.
Yep, they're calling it Max.
That's so weird.
Did Joker 2 musical?
Maybe nobody knows. They're not announcing what's still going ahead and what got canceled.
Well, people were complaining like, "Oh, they canceled Man of Steel. Damn it, Man of Steel 2. They canceled all that side." It's like, and there's no more Wonder Woman 3. And it's like, honestly, if he's canceled this stuff, but who knows that he's not keeping the actors on? He might just have whole new movies with these actors. But he's just getting rid of that verse. Like, we may still have Batfleck, but people are complaining like, "Oh, they're getting rid of everything, but we'll only have Aquaman 2, and then the only we'll have left is Pattinson Batman." I'm like, honestly, if they build off the Pattinson verse, I wouldn't be against it. It's a younger Justice League. But
I kind of hope, it seems like what they're doing, and I kind of hope that they do this, is similar to what DC Comics is doing, where you have your mainline comics universe with the continuity, and then you have like your black label where you can just sort of do interesting things and keep it kind of separate. And the Batman would be kind of like a black label version.
Right.
Where and I think there's room for that. I almost wish Marvel would do that in a way. Instead of everything being connected to one long MCU story, it kind of limits what you can do. And I think DC, I just want good stuff. Like, I do want a DC extended universe. I think that's what makes comics cool, is that bigger universe. But I'm all for just if you can do something good,
true.
I want to see it.
And I said I like the world building, stuff. I'm just my biggest fear now is because DC is the habit of rebooting, changing their minds. You're gonna probably see a 10-year plan. You better damn well stay to that 10-year plan. None of this we're gonna cop out at year 4 or 3 because you decide, you know what, we lost a director. We're gonna do a different direction now. I mean, it's cool. They got their own DC studios now. They're gonna focus on DC stuff. That's a plus for me in any direction. Wherever you're gonna take this from, and James Gunn is proven to be a good writer, and he was in talks. He's still talking to the Batgirl director. I mean, he knows which directors are good. It's just that I hope that this doesn't get pushed aside and be like, oh, well, we changed your minds again. That's my biggest fear with any company.
We need to wait and see, because James Gunn obviously knows how to make movies.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't necessarily transition in knowing how to produce movies.
Well, isn't that why it's not just him though? It's him and that other guy who has produced movies.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe. I'm not saying it'll be bad. I don't know. Yeah. I'm just saying, just because someone makes great movies, like Spielberg is a good example. Dude can make great movies. The stuff that he makes, or like Steven Spielberg presents, hot garbage all the time. It's just
but imagine though if they actually had a shared universe, they actually get continuity in the DC universe as far as the movies, but not the comic books. It's gonna be crazy.
Well, they started. I mean, they were working on it. Zack Snyder if his daughter hadn't committed suicide.
Yep. It's a 4-person committee. It's a evil Black Cat.
And the other thing we have to do too is this is going to take some time. Movies aren't made.
No. Yeah. Every 5 years, right?
It takes 2 to 3 years to make a movie. Whatever's going to happen with the new DC EU, we're not going to see the effects for 3 years. And I think a lot of people aren't really thinking about that. They're just going to be next year, be like, oh, I don't notice any changes. And you're like, yeah, because all these changes, there's a 3-year delay. So we got to wait a while.
Yeah.
Honestly,
but I'm just really encouraged by the commitment to quality. What's his name? Zaslav, his whole mantra of we only produce premium films.
Right.
I don't want any more Birds of Prey nonsense. And I know that there's a bunch of Batgirl fans out there. They want to see the Batgirl movie. I'm not opposed to a Batgirl movie, but why do you want a shitty one? Like, I would rather say scrap it so you can get something really good. Because part of the problem is if you do something half-assed and it's just mediocre, you ruin a lot of your opportunities for the future.
Personally, for the Batgirl thing, I'd rather see it than versus saying it's shitty because somebody else said it was shitty.
Well, I mean, we can stand a reason that it was shitty because Warner Brothers was willing to throw away $90 million.
It's probably really heavy on nostalgia. That's probably what most of that probably went to.
And the footage that we saw looked embarrassing.
It looked good to me. Oh, see, that's different opinion. So you can spend $90 million on something and you say it's crap, and other people say it's good. You know, it's at this point though, they made the movie, just release it, and that they want to do another Batgirl movie that's better than that or even worse or whatever.
But you have to think of your brand. It doesn't work that way. You can't just release mediocrity or even like bad stuff and then go, oh, we failed. Well, we'll just do it better next time.
Did you see Roger Corman's movie? He released them and they were good.
It's like She-Hulk. We're not going to get like a good She-Hulk now because Marvel already blew it. It's not like they go, okay, start over. We'll do it good this time. The brand's tarnished. It's ruined.
The thing with She-Hulk, they never really wanted to make a good one in the first place. That's why they did that. So I mean,
I don't know. I think the people that were doing it wanted to. They just
the writers they
had a very different idea of what constituted a good She-Hulk versus the people that's the problem.
I could still see getting a She-Hulk down the line because the fact look at it with Hulk.
Hulk got worse. What are you talking about? Hulk got worse over time. Don't you want something to get better?
Incredible Hulk. You're saying that was the best?
The one with Ed Norton is the best.
Most people said they don't like it.
No wonder you pick up Ryan North comics instead of Chris Claremont.
And I agree with him because that actually was the better one. I hate Ruffalo's version. Ruffalo's version was just like
Ruffalo's version sucks.
Yeah. Sorry.
Except for Avengers. Okay, Avengers 1 and 2, he was decent.
Because you hardly saw him, but the whole.
And then I would say even in Thor Ragnarok, he's probably one of the better parts of Thor Ragnarok. But once you get into Infinity War and Endgame, not.
The whole Force.
So three times he's better than the Ed Norton Hulk.
No, three times he's still beneath Ed Norton, but he's watchable.
Dude, the Ed Norton Hulk was stupid.
No, the Ed Norton Hulk was great.
It was actually Hulk.
Eric Bana Hulk was stupid.
That was spot on Hulk until the last 10 minutes of the movie. Then that went off the rails. But up until that point,
the Hulk poodles, you were okay with that. That Hulked out poodle. It was a poodle or some kind of dog, some kind of.
They were dogs.
Oh, speaking of hard garbage, James Cameron has a new movie out.
Yeah, I saw Rhaegar trolling me. James Cameron's never made a bad movie.
I probably will check out Avatar too.
James Cameron has never made anything less than a great movie. There's not a filmmaker in Hollywood that has a better batting average than James Cameron.
I'm gonna look up his filmography right now.
I can just tell it to you.
You can tell me the whole film. Titanic. I've never seen Titanic, and I probably won't. But yeah, there's the Terminator movie.
Yeah, the Hulk dogs.
He did do the better Alien movie. I did enjoy Aliens more than Alien. I will.
Will Marani get bad bug now because she's betraying Evil Black Cat and saying that the Hulk dogs are awesome?
What? Marani said the Hulk dogs were awesome?
Dogs are cool in the Hulk movie.
No!
You're the first person I've ever heard say that the dogs.
I'm just gonna tell you this much. That the original Edward Norton Hulk was so great they incorporated it into the MCU.
What are you talking about? It was already in the MCU.
The callback to from She-Hulk. That's callback to basically Abomination. They acknowledge it.
But he had already been incorporated into the MCU.
The leader.
Yeah. But he was already in the MCU. In Avengers 1, they do a callback to the Norton Hulk movie.
I'm just saying that's how great the movie is. They're constantly doing callbacks to that movie.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
I like Thunderbolt Ross. I
don't know if that exactly means.
Thunderbolt Ross is. I don't like that they got.
What I liked about it, the fact it was all about Hulk. It wasn't just Hulk smash this for the Avengers. That's the one thing I like about Ruffalo's thing. It was never really about Hulk. It was more. It was just him being with Avengers.
let Harrison Ford retire. He doesn't need to be playing Thunderbolt.
Well, Marvel can't do Hulk movies because Universal Pictures has the rights.
That's right. They can't do it. I think it also relates to Namor. I don't think they could do a standalone Namor film either. I believe
that might be. I don't know about that, but
I believe he has. It's the same. It's the same thing as the Hulk. I think Universal had film rights to him, and then so that's why he had to be in Black Panther. Because
welcome back, Skip. Who's the better Hulk, Mark Ruffalo or Edward Norton?
A better Hulk or a better Bruce Banner?
Well, better Bruce Banner. You do that too.
Better Banner. I would say Edward Norton.
My twin. He knows what's up.
Overall, I said I enjoyed the Incredible Hulk movie. Like I said, it was fun. It's set up. It was world building. It was and then they just kind of went nowhere because of Norton. Because Norton wanted more money, and also created differences too. I just want the Norton verse, even the Norton Hulk. I'm curious what the other two movies would be.
They made a Hulk movie where the Hulk fights his strongest villain, and they don't even punch each other more than like a couple feet away. They literally have the climactic fight is on a rooftop where they just like slug it out. And I'm like, this is like Hulk punches. You should be punching people across the city, not like it's all contained on one single roof. It makes no sense how that film plays out. There's some cool things about it. And Marania says that the Eric Banner gave her Bill Bixby vibes. I would say the opposite. I think one of the cool things I liked about The Incredible Hulk was how they really captured some of the feel of the Bixby TV show, that 80s style, some of the camera angles, the way they did the shadowy kind of cinematography.
The bridge scene where he's in the rain, he's walking away because he doesn't want to see Betty, and all. I said the
whole
thing.
There was some cool stuff in that movie. I will not begrudge the things that it does well, but overall the final product, and I have to say, as much as I like the Ang Lee film, I think the Ang Lee film is brilliant, and then that last 10 minutes blows it all up and says, oh, we're just gonna go off. I don't even have words for it. The final scene, I was like, what the hell am I watching? What the hell just happened?
I guarantee if you ask anybody, what do you think about if you ask anybody, any of the normies, you ask them about the Hulk, they're like, what do you remember about the Hulk? Oh, he smashed Loki.
Also, Eric Bana is a better Bruce, and Jennifer Connelly is a better Betty. I'm sorry, Liv Tyler, she's cute, but she did not convince me that she's Betty Ross.
I have to see the Eric Bana Hulk again before I can make a proper judgment on who's the
Liv Tyler in the pouring rain, wet T-shirt, or Jennifer Connelly.
Also,
if you just look at Betty Ross as a hot babe with a fucking wet T-shirt, I guess, but she's supposed to be a scientist.
But comic book people don't know that.
No, normies don't know that.
Yeah.
The comic book people do know that.
You know it because the movie tells you who she is.
But
the movie is portraying her as this brilliant scientist.
In the original comic books, she wasn't even involved when Bruce was test went off. I don't think she was even in there. Mentioned later, much later.
I'm actually surprised we've been talking about all this and nobody.
Well, I know. Go ahead. I was just gonna say about Skip. We need to get to him too soon. What do you want to bring up? Because we're short on time here.
What are we short on time for? What do we have a deadline to meet?
Well, how long do you want to go? 6 hours?
I don't know. I was just gonna make a joke. Nobody's brought up Lou Ferrigno as the best Hulk.
Lou Ferrigno is the only Hulk.
Bill Bixby is a cool David Banner, but I like the fact that Edward Norton tried to basically bring that into his character. But
I do too. There were some cool things about. I really did want to like Incredible Hulk. There were cool things about it.
Contrary to belief, Zach lasts longer than just 5 minutes, so we're still going.
So apparently Rhaegar just hates really good directors. That's what I'm seeing here. He doesn't like Steven Spielberg, doesn't like James
What has
Cameron, and now
Ang
he
Lee
doesn't
done?
like Ang Lee.
What has Ang Lee done besides the Hulk movie?
But what is
you ever heard of this movie called
The
Crouching
Life of
Tiger, Hidden
Pi?
Dragon?
Wait, what's that? Y'all both named a movie at the same time.
The Life of Pi?
Didn't see
Life
it.
of Pi, and Crouching Tiger are two masterpieces.
Well, Crouching Tiger is. I did not see Life of Pi. But
You need to
See
see
Life
Tiger.
of Pi.
I need to see Life of Pi. It
Yeah.
did look interesting. The trailer did pique my interest.
Did we
Bring-
ever get
bring
your last two
tissues.
books?
Oh,
Did we get through all your books?
Yeah, we got through 'em.
Okay.
Wait, no, Skip.
Thank you.
Well, I want to know what's this 5th book that you're holding out on us?
You already know what it is, but I didn't read it. You know,
I know what it is.
Yeah, you know what it is. It's your favorite guy.
My favorite guy.
Rhaegar, Bill Bixby, because of the TV series, they couldn't call him Bruce Banner, so they called him David, Dr. David Banner. Also, because they wanted to more so, they really wanted to separate the show from a kid's comic book.
Yeah, they totally did that when they brought Thor into the television show, right?
And Daredevil. And I gotta say that was awesome. Daredevil.
She-Hulk.
I don't think
Wait a second.
She-Hulk wasn't in the.
Didn't they do Jennifer Walters in one of the episodes? I thought they did.
I don't think so.
Hang on.
So
I haven't seen it in 30 years. It's,
I'm just curious, Skip. Why are you not going to talk about the book?
this was
Because I didn't read it. I didn't read it yet.
Oh, okay.
So that's the book I was
Yeah.
talking about before, the Frank Miller book, Pandora.
Ah.
And you don't open Frank Miller's Pandora's box.
I really wanted to get this, but man, I'm already got the other 2 books that are $7.99. I was like, Frank, you're trying to sell me 3 comics for $7.99? I already broke the rule twice. Can't do it 3 times.
I was gonna say, like, that's the first 3 books you've been buying in such a long time. Well, since Firepower kind of ended, I don't know when it
Firepower didn't end. It's just on hiatus.
Yeah,
Well, apparently Frank Miller is taking something out of the Bad Idea playbook where you can't get the books digitally. And I'm not sure even if they'll be collected. I haven't heard or not. So if I want to get Frank Miller, I got to buy the books.
Actually, speaking of Bad Idea, you know what ticked me off the other day? I found out.
But unlike Bad Idea, they're actually available at my store. I can actually order them.
Oh, how do you smell it?
What did you find? What did you find out, Twin?
My boy Robert Venditti, who you all know, I love me some Robert
he's
Venditti.
your boy now?
Well, he's one of my boys.
I don't condone.
One of my favorite writers.
I'm just gonna say I don't condone slavery of any kind.
Okay,
don't
whatever.
say he's a boy.
He's got a new book coming out, but it's another Bad Idea comic. And it already was a nightmare, not a nightmare, but it was more difficult than it should have been to get my hands on his last Bad Idea book. And now he's got another one coming out, and it's Bad Idea again.
Yep.
So I was like, man.
Are you talking about Escape from Wyoming?
No, this is Werewolf and Society of Fearless Frontiersmen.
Wait, Escape from Naomi?
It's Peter Milligan and Robert Venditti writing this story. It's like frontiersmen and werewolves, and like, yeah.
Oh, they're writing it together.
They're writing it together, yeah, for Bad
I'm
Idea.
getting
It's
that.
like, I think it's a one shot that's like $10.
Oh, I'm
So,
getting that.
Yeah,
They came out this
dude,
week.
Dude, if you, no, this is coming out. This is down the road. I think it comes. Actually, no, it's not that far away. I think it's like. It might be 2 weeks away. 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's this month. It's in December, but I think it's late December. It might be right before Christmas.
Huh.
But yeah, thanks, Bad Idea.
So I know you haven't read the book yet, but I'm very curious, Skip, because I didn't know you were picking this book up. What made you decide to pick the book up to try it?
I don't think you're talking about the book that I'm talking about.
That's weird.
Oh,
Yeah. Here, hold on.
The fourth
you said,
wall.
you said my boy.
No, I said my boy.
Ah,
No, he
I
said-
see you got a ceiling fan, just like Angleton.
No, Skip had said when I said what book is it, and he's like, "You should know it's your boy."
Oh, you got the Ashcan edition.
Oh, hey, you got the Ash edition. Ah.
comes with a.
The only Frank Miller book that came out this week was this one.
Yeah, but this one didn't come out this week. This came out in August.
So yeah, I was gonna laugh when I see the ash can edition. I'm like, oh, it says mean that everybody's a smoker. It's drawing already.
So you're getting.
I went through 5 backs a day doing that book.
You must. I can't see you getting the Didio book. So I'm crossing my fingers and thinking you got the Ronin.
Yep.
It's 2 in 1. It's Ancient Enemies and Ronin book 2.
It's a preview, isn't it? Sample page.
Yeah, it's a preview. It's only $1.
Oh, you didn't get the full book.
I saw that in a spinner rack because I was wondering what that's what it is. Yeah.
The ash can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got I got it. One, obviously you're always talking about Frank Miller, but 2, it was $1, so low barrier to entry, and I want to see.
Sure.
I want to see what he's. I want to catch the vibe. Where old Frank is at right now. So that's what I got.
I don't know where he's at right now. I'm not endorsing that.
I don't know. Does Frank know where he's at right now?
I don't know. But there's only one ash can, and nobody wants to hear about that ash can.
What ash can is this?
That one hasn't been cleaned in his bathroom.
What?
Oh gosh, the ash can.
What on? Oh gosh.
Oh my goodness. Leave it to RDV.
Yeah, no one else will get that shitty on the comic book.
Yeah, but yeah, that's why I got it. Yeah, I'll probably read it sometime this weekend.
Edgar's really going after me. James Cameron only had a good Titanic and Terminator movies up to 2 were good. Also Alien. He also did Alita. Other than that, he sucks.
He says 2, but then he keeps adding movies.
I know.
He's like, wait a second. That was Terminator 2. Oh, Alien. Oh, Alita. Oh, yeah.
It was Robert Rodriguez.
Well, I can. This all makes sense because he's naming movies that aren't even James Cameron. So he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Didn't he produce? I thought he did. Wasn't he on like the credits for Alita?
Probably he produced.
Yeah, he produced Alita.
He produced it. Okay.
But going by directing, look at his IMDb credits at directing.
Yeah, directing. Yeah.
Or actually look at writing what he wrote because
he's written a couple of films that he hasn't directed. Like he wrote Strange Days. He wrote Rambo First Blood Part 2.
Oh.
Yep.
That was my first Rambo movie.
Trying to think.
You skipped the first part and went straight to part 2.
I didn't have a say in the matter. My older cousins were watching
a lot of people.
I was like, hey, this looks cool.
I saw Rambo first as well. So
But mine was First Blood Part 2 though. It wasn't even the first one, it was Part 2.
First Blood went under a lot of people. Like that was not a big movie. So a lot of people went and saw First Blood later after like, oh, Rambo became a thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So the James Cameron films starts with Terminator, then Aliens, then The Abyss, then I want to say True Lie. No, Terminator 2, then True Lies, then Titanic, and then Avatar. And now Avatar 2, Avatar 3, Avatar 4, and Avatar 5.
Can't name movies that haven't come out yet, Ash.
Okay. I'm just saying, though, he made them.
He did, yeah.
That's like saying all the future books by Frank Miller are going to be great. You just don't know yet.
I never say future books are going to be great. I say I want them because I'm a big Frank Miller fan. I do not endorse. I don't push Frank Miller after 300. I think 300 is sort of the delineator. Every book up to 300 is like classic, great Frank Miller. And then after 300 is when he went off into Hollywood and became big ego Frank, and then destroyed his mind with alcohol or whatever he did, and came back 10 years later a shell of a man.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
What you doing over there, Skip?
Sorry. Oh yeah, my bad. I'm making a little noise. I I just got a new computer, so I'm getting it all set up so I can transfer all my stuff over to the new one.
Very nice. Very nice.
So as soon as Ash finally gets a new setup, you're like, I gotta upgrade.
Yeah, I can't be outdone by my buddy Ash. I'm like, ooh, look at that screen. There's like 3 screens in one screen. Look at that mouse, the keyboard, it glows in the dark. Surely I must upgrade my setup.
I can do this. Yeah. I must have it.
The funny part is that even if you buy stuff brand new, it's within 3 months, it's already obsolete. No one cares about it.
I don't know, dude. My computer is well over. I mean, it's over. It's got to be over 4 or 5 years old, and it still does a really good job. I say it does everything I need it to do.
Well, I'm saying if you're upgrading as far as your graphic cards, your memory, and all that stuff, your hard drive, RAM, get all the interior stuff updated, then you're fine. It's just that if you neglect that, they're gonna you know what, I can't do it. Then you end up with Trustee and Breen's computer. Where it reboots in the middle of a stream. Oh, my bad.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was due for an upgrade anyway. I was kind of losing money by not upgrading with the way that like the discounts that I have work. So someone, a family, actually my best friend's parents, their business needed some new computers. So I was getting my discount and I was like, hey, if you want to save like a few $100, I'm not using, my previous computer, or my current computer or whatever anymore. And they're like, oh yeah, that's perfect. We'll take it. So with my discount and everything, I actually didn't pay any money to upgrade my computer.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Literally paid nothing. I guess the gas to drive and pick it up today. That was about it. I didn't even expect to get it today either. It just kind of all happened really fast. And I was like, oh, all right, well, guess I'm updated.
Yeah, you guys know this. Early this year, my computer would just shut off randomly during streams.
Because I remember
my graphic card was 14 years old.
Holy smokes!
Those graphic cards, I know, because they were expensive and they were hard to find because they had a limited supply of them. So because it was during COVID.
Yeah. So
So
currently, my graphic card I'm using from my brother-in-law is only 3 years old. So eventually, I'll have to update that. But it works for what it is. But apparently my computer's not qualified to work with Windows 11. Darn! I'll just keep using 10. Yeah, I saw that. It's like even with the new graphic card, it's like, oh, you don't meet the requirements. 11. Well, as long as I don't have to use 11, and so I can still function perfectly fine without it, I'm not going to keep updating it. It's ridiculous.
Right.
Can we go back to Windows XP?
Oh wow. Okay, that's pretty far back.
You know what though? But that was the most easiest operating system to use. So then we went to Windows. Remember Windows 9 or the touchscreens?
There was never a Windows 9.
It was in between.
There was never a Windows 9.
There was one for the laptops. It was a touchscreen one only for the touchscreens. It was basically the Xbox One.
There was Windows 8. It was what sounds like you're talking about.
Maybe that's an 8 then, yeah.
But it was not. But that was for desktops or laptops or whatever.
Yeah, and I saw that. That was just bad.
They went from 8 to 10. They skipped 9.
Yeah. But yeah, talk about scams, and then hey, this guy wants to give us a cure to the virus, the COVID. I don't know. Anyway, anybody have any more topics to talk about? Those in the chat, I thank you for following along. We have some people still watching. Crazy. I thought you guys would just bounced. I don't think you guys like us that much.
Be surprised.
I know.
I don't think you were here when we talked about it. Breen brought this to my attention. Did you see that Joe Corallo did a crime book?
I did not, but I will be checking it out. What's the title of it?
It's the one on the screen there, Dahlia in the Dark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did hear about that. I heard Joe talking about it on Yule's channel actually.
I didn't know anything about this.
It's Destro and the GI Joes. Chrome Dome.
Interesting.
Look at the cover. It's got the pop color and everything. I can't unsee it now.
Yeah, I'll definitely be checking that out.
Austin P says he did bounce 2 hours ago and watched the whole Western and came back.
Dang. Still going.
Marani is the only person that I've ever heard of that said they would go back to Windows 8. That was a failure. That might be Windows' biggest failure. That's probably a bigger failure than Millennium Edition.
I mean, I'm using 10 right now, and 10's like, when I first started using it, it's okay. Still has its issues.
I did not like 10. I'm using 11 right now, and there's problems with that too, but I like it better than 10.
You're like, here, you can try it for free with everyone else. I'm like, I'll wait till you guys get the kinks out, then maybe I'll buy it, you know?
I use this app for Windows 11. It's called Start All Back, and it lets you turn the interface to mimic either Windows 7, Windows 8, or Windows 10 if you want. So if you don't like how the start menu works and the different things, and like, because I hate some of the things that Windows 11 does, and so
took me a while.
I'm able to convert some of the interface things. So
10 right now I hated the startup menu or just the start menu. Is just like it's just takes up whole entire your screen almost sometimes. And because I got rid of the weather app, all that little weird stuff, the widgets, and I just gutted it, so it's back to being generic. You know, and it's getting bad when Zach wants to leave when he starts playing games.
is he playing Snap?
Yeah, it won Mobile Game of the Year at the Game Awards tonight. Actually,
Wow,
interesting.
Wow. You know, it also won for the year.
You don't watch the Game Awards.
No, I don't watch the Game Awards because there's no games to watch.
Yeah, of course they did. They have the new Star Wars game that's coming out.
Battlefront.
No, 2? Not Battlefront. No, the one with the redhead kid, Jedi Fallen Order.
Ginger.
They have a sequel coming out that looks amazing.
Star Wars Ginger.
Jedi 2. Survivor.
What was I was gonna say? The one you saw the whole thing for the movie of the year over the Batman and Top Gun Maverick. It's Doctor Strange Mom is rated as the best movie of the year.
Well, now LK I think it was LK that said this. That was the People's Choice Award, so it was like fans.
Is it Teen Choice Awards or People's Choice Awards?
No, there's two. There's Teen's Choice, but then there's also People's Choice. Teen Choice, I think, is like the Nickelodeon one, but People's Choice.
To me, they're the same. When it comes to voting, because,
But now I did see something else. There was another organization or another award, whatever, that voted Maverick as the best movie of the year. Ash, you didn't like Fallen Order?
Yeah, it was frustrating.
I loved it.
It didn't suck, but I couldn't finish it. So
I will say, Knights of the Old Republic is the best Star Wars game.
Yes, followed by Shadows of the Empire.
Shadows of the Empire was also good.
Yeah.
The Lego Star
Wars. Knights of the Old Republic isn't just a good Star Wars game. It's like a great game, period.
It is a great RPG in general.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be Star Wars. You can. That's what's great about it. You can call it anything else. It
made BioWare, right?
Yeah,
like, that's why
that's one of their big. Yeah, I think that was
choose your own adventure.
Introductory games. Yeah.
That's why we got Mass Effect and Dragon Age is because of that game.
Right.
Yeah. I remember there was ongoing for a while back in the late 90s. There was a PC game where you can you can play as a Sith or you can play as a Jedi, and there's a big MMO. It wasn't.
That was the spinoff of.
That was the Old Republic. I think it was just called the Old Republic.
Oh, okay. I remember my friend playing. I was like he's using dial-up. at the time. I was just like, man, it takes you longer just to dial into this game before you can even play it.
It did. I did too, Rhaegar. I like Dragon Age a little bit more. I've always leaned more fantasy than sci-fi.
You like Alistar.
The Mass Effect series was Mass Effect 2 is probably still one of my top 5 favorite video games.
The Dragon Age, it's hack slash, and just the fact that you had the dialogue between the banner between the Morgan, the witch, and then like the other bard or the other ward. He's the warden. Yeah. He's like
Alistair.
Alistair, and he's like, she's a murderous bitch. She's gonna kill us all. But yeah, let's go plan, go team. It's like, it's like,
yeah, I'm still waiting for the new one, the new Dragon Age game.
You remember that when you play a game and your previous, like, your choices followed you into that sequel game?
Yeah.
Like
that's the thing I loved about those games is, stuff you did in the previous game, you could transfer the same save file over, and all those choices would carry over and it would affect the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mass Effect, though, the story was great, but the gameplay for me was kind of wonky.
I agree, Ray. Mass Effect 2 had some great... I think Mass Effect 2 has the best character selection of all the Mass Effect games.
Had some great assets when she joined your team.
Which one?
Mass Effect. The first Miranda? Mass Effect had the worst gameplay.
Yeah.
Wait, which one? Mass Effect 3?
The first one.
Oh, one. Oh, yeah, no. One had the worst. Yeah, definitely.
And then they like fixed it all up. Like 2 was like it just worked out all the kinks.
2 was more. 3 has the best gameplay. It's like the most fluid shooter gameplay ever.
2 was...
Yeah, but they like made it more of a. I like 3, but I feel like they made it too much of a shoot. Like I want it more RPG.
I hear you.
That's what I like about Mass Effect. I mean,
well, yeah, 2 was great too, though. Story mode, just having Martin Sheen on there.
Dude, yeah, Martin Sheen was awesome. And then Keith David in Mass Effect. I like Keith David in Mass Effect too.
And then 3 became about who do you want to sleep with?
No, 3 became about taking back the Earth.
You can play as a gay guy. You have a gay relationship.
Well, I mean, yeah, but didn't they have that in Mass Effect 2? I thought they did.
I think 3 was more prominent because they had the female shepherd and they had the male shepherd. You know, like in
all the games you could choose female and male shepherd. But yeah.
But yeah, overall characters carried on to the next game. If we have a Dan Abnett write a Guardians of the Galaxy game that does 3 games, that would be fun. Choices carries really over to the next game.
I really want to see them do a sequel to the Guardians game they already did. That was a fun game. Guardians of the Galaxy. EA was
Martin Sheen was the Elusive Man. Thank you, Rhaegar. Couldn't remember what his name was.
Elusive Man. That's his name. Not Impossible Man. Elusive.
And he's like I love this. So his acting was so awesome in that too. In the game, you're like, and his character, he's like, is he telling the truth or is he trying to just lure me into like doing what he wants to do? You know.
Yeah.
And then what's great about it is you can obviously who joins your party, who and what, you get people to join you. Then people can, at the final battle, it's like if you piss someone off, they won't show up for the final battle. Like, you bastards, I could have used you because I chose wrong. Mm-hmm. And then now this person won't show up. The Krogan, whatever it was, or the Kirk.
Rex or Grunt?
I don't know, one of them. But like I said, it was like, to me, like people like Star Wars games, like Mass Effect.
Buy it, Rhaegar. You will not be disappointed. That game was a blast.
Dude, that was hilarious. Everything in it. It was fun.
They have so many references to the Abnett landing run. It's crazy. And the story is bonkers. It's everything you want in a Guardians.
I need more duct tape. Everything from that. It's like, and then as you go through the game, you find stuff. You can unlock suits, different costumes.
Yeah, some of the suits are pretty cool.
Yep.
Did you ever play Jade Empire?
Mm-mm. I think I've heard of that one, though.
Jade Empire was the game that they did after Knights of the Republic, but before Mass Effect.
It wasn't Knights of the Republic 2, right? Or are you talking
Knights of the Republic 2 was not done by BioWare.
You're right. That one wasn't BioWare. That was somebody else. I did like that one, too, though.
Jade Empire was fantastic. That was it was like a kung fu fantasy.
Oh, okay.
You play like in a fantasy world, and you have kung fu, but there's like mysticism and like monsters and things in it too, not just. And it was really cool.
Right
that one I played through twice. So Knights of the Republic's the only RPG I played through 3 times, and Jade Empire is the only one I played through twice.
Okay. I need to play Jade, and that's a BioWare. I thought I never played that one. I thought I played a good. I did play. There was a Sonic the Hedgehog game that BioWare did, actually, for the Game Boy. And that was you know the old school Game Boy Advance. That not the vertical
Those are
one,
so
but it was the
old,
horizontal. Bro. Dude, but that was a fun game though. That was a blast. They planned to do a sequel, but they couldn't because they used these Echidna ninjas or whatever that the writer of a whole bunch of Sonic comics said they were too close to his creation. So there was like a huge lawsuit or legal battle that happened, and they never got to do another game.
One of my favorite games on it, no shocker to this, was Blood Rain. The fact that you could go around just slaughtering a bunch of people, and then you had to feed on them, and kill the Nazis, Zach, and you fed them, and then you filled up your guns, and the guns fired by using your own blood as ammo. So you're constantly just feeding on people to get more blood.
Contrary to what everyone in the chat thinks, I actually love the video games where you kill the Nazis.
I can hear him. He's like, "Scheister, Trollop!" He's in the game.
Zach, you are getting your butt kicked in this game.
I really am. I'm going to retreat from this one.
Are you going against actual people?
Yeah, it's actual people.
Oh. So I saw, for those who haven't seen the gameplay of the new Marvel game,
the Midnight Suns game.
Midnight Suns game. You use cards just to battle people.
Yeah, so I've been watching. There's a guy I follow on YouTube because he plays a bunch of video. So besides BioWare, the main video game genre that I like to play is I like the tactical RPGs like XCOM or Fire Emblem. And there's a guy on YouTube. It's Christopher something. I want to say Ood, but I know it's not Ood. It's something else. Something starts with an O. But he, like the video game developers of Midnight Suns, actually contacted him. He's been doing
Chris.
No, not Oz Chris. It's not. It's Chris something else. But yeah, he's been showing gameplay from it so far, and it looks really fun. So each character has like a deck of cards with attack moves and stuff, and so you have to they're randomly dealt out, and you have to use them. It looks really fun.
Rager, I did watch the Blood Rain movie. I've actually seen all 3 of them. There's the first one was with Christina Loken, and then the other 2 were with a different actress took over, and she did 2 movies, which were kind of like straight to DVD. They're all right. But the first movie is better than Captain Marvel. Anybody says that Captain Marvel is better than Blood Rain, it's high.
I've never seen Blood Rain, so I can't.
Blood Rain was pretty good. It's not as close as it was. It wasn't her going around killing Nazis. Wasn't that like in the games? It was her World War II, but they.
To be fair, saying you're better than Captain Marvel is not really saying much.
No, but no. I'm just saying they're trying to say that Captain Marvel is better than Blood Rain, apparently, according to Rhaegar.
But haven't you not seen Captain Marvel?
Who, me?
I've seen it twice.
Yeah.
I've seen parts of it, and the more I see of it, the more I just realize they just don't know what they're doing with this character. Sorry, I haven't seen the full movie, so no, I couldn't give you an honest opinion if it's better than Captain Marvel. But I'd say the parts I have seen.
I mean, I'm not disbelieving what you're saying could be true. I'm just saying I haven't seen Blood Rain, so I can't say. I'm
Blood Rain, but Blood Rain was Yule. Take that into factor.
It's Yule Bowl. Oh,
yeah.
Never mind.
But
as Captain Marvel is.
But I believe Ben Kingsley was the big bad villain in this.
It doesn't matter, man. Like he did. What was that one that Dungeon Siege? I mean, he had Jason Statham, and he still managed to make one of the biggest heaping piles of shit ever.
Dungeon Siege. You mean Return of the King?
Hey! We do not equate the Lord of the Rings with B movie trash. Okay, I will
No,
not.
no. Sorry, In the Name of the King. It wasn't Return of the King.
Oh, okay. In the Name of the King. I think I saw In the Name of the King actually.
I don't know if it was Uwe Boll though, but I know it was a good movie though.
It was Uwe Boll, the Dungeon
And it was a
Siege.
great movie. I liked it.
That was not great by any.
Ray Liotta was in there. It's a bad guy.
No, that's Jason Statham. I was thinking of Ben Kingsley. Burt Reynolds was in that movie.
Yes,
wow.
he was the king.
Actually, you had a lot of stuff. Ron Perlman, Ray Liotta, John Rhys Davies.
Ray Liotta was the bad guy, the evil wizard.
Wow, why did that movie suck so bad?
Because people are just too set. Yeah, no, it's because people are prudes. I'm sorry.
Boll is a talentless.
His Far Cry movie was great too.
Oh.
Yes, it was.
What was the name?
Alone in the Dark? Great.
Ben Kingsley did a movie, and I can't remember for the life of me.
Uwe Boll gets flagged, but then people go and praise the Resident Evil movies. Figure that out.
You don't hear me praising any Resident Evil movies.
Only 2. 2 is the only one that I will watch because it's somewhat similar to the game.
Ben Kingsley was there. I don't know if he was in Prince of Persia, but that was another fun movie.
He was in Prince of Persia. He was the bad guy.
I haven't seen the Tekken movie, but I heard the girl who played Vanessa on the sci-fi Van Helsing show.
Mm-hmm.
She was in there. She was also Nikki or Ricky, whatever, in True Blood. She was like the one of the girls in Tekken.
Interesting.
But my guilty habit though is DOA.
I'm so shocked.
Have you seen that one?
I never would have guessed that.
Have you seen that one?
Yeah, the one with Jamie Lee Presley.
Yeah, yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It was better than I thought it was going to be. I'll say that.
Yeah, same here. I was the same.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to watch, what was that that ABC show they had with the girls? Was it Charlie's Angels? But it was like the ABC movie kind of like reboots. It was She Something. Was it? I think it was She Spies or something like that.
Alias?
Not Alias. It was on ABC.
Yeah, Alias was on ABC.
Alias wasn't that Fox?
No, Alias was ABC.
But anyway,
I'm talking about Disney Plus right now.
I'm talking about Charlie's Angels, like a Charlie's Angels kind of.
Are you talking about like back in the 70s or the 80s?
No, talking about back in the 90s, man. 90s,
Are you talking
2000s.
about the films?
The TV series. There was a TV series. It wasn't Charlie's Angels, but it was based off. There was a lot of shows that were copied off of that, and there was. I remember one of them actually. There actually was a movie too based off it too.
I really liked the Charlie's Angels movies.
The ones with like Drew Barrymore and Cameron Diaz?
Yeah, those are fun.
Well, that's the last time they actually understood the actual assignment. We got Kristen Stewart's crap.
I want to know what happened to that filmmaker, McGee. He was one that did those movies.
He did Terminator Salvation, didn't he?
Yeah, he did the first.
Yeah.
I think that destroyed his career.
Oh, what, Salvation?
Yeah,
Salvation
was a huge bomb.
I enjoyed Salvation,
which is funny. Yeah.
I mean, it had its problems, but I still enjoyed it.
Look at Highlander.
I was really looking forward to like the sequel. I think that movie, because it was leading up to the movie I always said they should make, which was the John Connor future where they tackle Skynet. I was like, that's the story you should tell. Quit telling stories about Terminators coming back to kill Sarah.
Yeah,
right.
You know. And so Terminator Salvation was leading up to that, and then the first movie ends like right before you start the Terminator War, and like, we're not going to do it anymore. You're like, what, you bastards?
How dare you?
There was a game for PS2 called Terminator Dawn of Fate, which tied into that whole Salvation thing. Whether you play as Kyle Reese and and it ends with you going back in time. It's basically a prequel to basically the movie. It's actually really good.
Austin says he just stopped at Terminator 2, which is not really a bad idea.
Not a bad call.
I endorse
I like
T1 and T2, and if you stop there, you're fine. But if you're gonna go any further, Terminator Salvation would be the best of the rest.
You put that above 3?
Oh yeah, hell yeah! About a fucking inflatable Terminator boobs.
Wait, Christina, we don't like Christina Loken walking naked in the very beginning?
This was such a cringe scene when the Terminator inflates her boobs. I was like, come on.
3 and Genesis both have Arnold Schwarzenegger, though. Genesis, whatever. Salvation has somebody that looks like a young Arnold, but it's not.
I did appreciate though, like the fact that they actually created a new Terminator. Though it was, despite being a female, whatever, you went inflatable boobs. It was a mixture of the T-1000 and the one that Arnold was, so it made it harder to kill.
Well, right. But that's another reason I didn't like. Like it's just that escalation. It's like every movie we're gonna have like, oh, it's an even more powerful Terminator. Make another movie.
Well, you're messing with time.
Powerful Terminator. It's like, come on.
They're learning. They're adapting. You're messing with time.
And they're still losing every time.
Who, the humans? Yes.
The best thing about Terminator 3, though, I did like the end of Terminator 3.
Yeah,
when they find NORAD. And John basically like rallies, like it's like Skynet goes crazy, and he like gets on the radio, and he's like, you get to see like the beginnings of him leading the resistance. And I was like, oh, cool! Now I want to see the sequel to this. This movie kind of sucked, but I want to see where it goes. And that's what Terminator Salvation would have been.
See, Marania admits that Banner Hulk was bad because it made her sick to her stomach.
Terminator 5, the Khaleesi is coming.
Yeah, Terminator 3 though they could have ended it right there.
They could have, but Terminator was a successful franchise. But Hollywood doesn't know how to let franchise.
They did Salvation afterwards, which I thought was still a good movie.
I enjoyed it.
It was Genesis, whoever you call it.
Genesis, the one.
This is where they make this. No, this is where they took John Connor and turned him into a villain.
No, if you look at Salvation and you look at it, because that was supposed to be a trilogy. They planned it as a trilogy from the beginning. If you look at it from that aspect, you go, oh man, there was so much potential there. Because all you got was chapter 1.
But even if it didn't have bombed, wasn't Bale going to be playing Batman? Or is that why because he came Batman, because that movie bombed?
I think Bale had already played Batman, hadn't he?
You know, actors can be in multiple movies.
That's true.
Well, it depends on what the filming schedule is. You can't do 2 films at once.
Yeah, but movies only usually have about a 90-day film shoot schedule. So.
Oh, that bastard.
Give or take.
This is my.
I mean, just look at all the movies that Christian Bale's making anyway. He was making all sorts of movies outside of Batman.
He made The Machinist. Every time I watch that, it's like I'm just thinking, like, man, if you think you're fat, wait till we watch The Machinist. Look how skinny he gets, anorexic, and you'll realize you.
What's the other movie where he has the brother who's like a boxer?
Oh, that was the boxing with him. It was him and Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. Was it Hugh Jackman?
Yeah,
I don't think it was Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, I think it was.
You're not talking about the movie from Nolan, right? You're talking about Warrior, or not Warrior? The one with Warrior. Or is it about Irish Mickey Ward?
No,
he was the boxing trainer.
Yeah, he was the trainer. Yeah, Christian.
Yeah, that was the movie about Irish Mickey Ward.
Boxing movie.
But that was Bale and Jackman, wasn't it?
It was Mark Wahlberg. It was the fighter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the fighter. Yeah, the fighter was great.
Yeah, he slimmed down like a lot to play that guy. Like it was
because he plays a crack addict.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I know.
But we all know American Psycho is his best role. We all know that.
Yes.
He was really good in The Fighter, man.
Just like Willem Dafoe's best role was in Boondock Saints. It was a firefight.
Really
you say that, but that's the only scene anyone ever remembers him for.
He was in the dress, trying to pick at the end of the movie.
I remember him as Norman Osborn way more than anything from Boondock Saints.
I like the memes going around now. He's like, I'm
a scientist myself.
No, but somebody changed it over. He's like, I'm thinking I was a fucking idiot myself.
Dude, off topic, but whenever we saw Spider-Man No Way Home in theaters, and when they had that scene where he's talking to somebody from in the little prison cell, he goes, I'm something of a scientist. Dude, the whole theater, which was packed, just started laughing. The meme was so strong.
So what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman in a movie together. I just remember what it's called.
Yeah, you're thinking of the Nolan movie. I think it's called The Prestige.
Oh, Prestige, yeah.
Was it Prestige?
That's probably my favorite Nolan film. Like, I love his Batman trilogy, but The Prestige is probably my favorite Nolan film of all time.
Wow. I think The Prestige is mine too.
It's my least favorite Nolan film.
Oh, well, what a surprise! Something that
I love exactly in polar opposites.
How are we besties, Ash? How does this happen?
Opposites attract, buddy. Opposites attract.
That's it. That's it right there. Yeah, I just remember by the time it gets to like the end and like all the secrets are being revealed, I was just like, holy cow, it was that the whole time? I was dumbfounded.
Is that the one with the brother?
I'm not saying, in case there's somebody in the chat that hasn't seen it, I'm not going to spoil it.
Well, tell me private chat.
Okay.
Because I think that's what
that's a film that can be really spoiled. I wouldn't. Tenet is not the worst film. No,
I haven't. Yeah, I didn't think it was.
What's the worst one? I think Tenet is the worst one.
I'm not going to say the worst, but it's the one I enjoyed the least was Interstellar, because that movie it felt like I was left on a planet for 5 years watching that movie.
Wow.
I liked it. I liked Matthew McConaughey, but it just felt really, really long.
God, Interstellar has my favorite. Outside of Memento, Interstellar has probably the best ending. I just love how that movie ends. It gets me every time.
I would agree. Same. Yeah.
I haven't seen The Following yet. So there's one Nolan film I haven't seen.
I don't think I've seen that one either.
The Following is really good.
So,
not one of his best, but strong. I really like it. Far from his worst, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
I still haven't seen Dunkirk.
What's crazy is how good Memento is for being like no budget, barely any like real film career. Like just he's working with nothing, and it makes this.
Wait, he's working with a really good group of actors, though.
Well, he's got a good group of actors.
The cast is like really good. Like they help sell it. The cast is incredible.
He's got talent. That's for sure. He did get talent. They weren't really big names at the time, though. They all kind of. Mm-hmm. I mean, Carrie.
No, they weren't big names, but they were quality, though.
They were talent. Yeah, they were quality. I mean, I'm just saying more from like his standpoint, like to come out of the gate. Because
they were all more established than he was.
That's what I'm saying for him. I'm not talking about their accomplishments. I'm talking about him.
Oh, I got you.
To come out and be like that early in his career to make a film like that.
So
I agree. Absolutely.
So
I agree.
It's been a while since I've actually been looking at Nolan's movies that he's done. Because everyone's want to look at it. Not the hugest Nolan fan, but Oppenheimer looks good.
Dude, I'm really excited. Oppenheimer. I'm really wanting to see Oppenheimer.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's Nolan, and also it's got RDJ and
Florence Pugh. Emily Blunt.
She's in there too.
James Remar.
So isn't it
Gary Oldman?
Cillian Murphy.
Is it Cillian Murphy or is it?
Yeah, it's the lead. I'm excited because I know how close him and Cillian Murphy work, and and like some of the plans that he had for Cillian Murphy to be leads in previous movies that didn't work out. I'm really excited to see what he does with Cillian Murphy in a lead role.
I like how he was the only villain to appear in every Batman movie. His Scarecrow showed up in each one.
We've also got Matt Damon, Jack
Matt Damon,
Josh Hartnett. He's alive, huh?
What has he done?
Rami Malek, Tony Goldwyn, and Matthew McConaughey.
Wait, Rami Malek is in it too?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah.
Yep.
Dang.
Matthew Modine is in here too.
Oh, dude,
that's going to be a movie of the year.
Was it
somebody? Oppenheimer is huge.
Was it one of us that we were talking about like who would play Doctor Doom really well? And was it one of us that said Rami Malek?
Yeah, I said it.
It was you, Twin. Yeah,
Yeah.
because
Mhm.
Yeah.
the eyes, his eyes
The
are like,
eyes. Oh
if you
yeah.
never have to
really
see his
expressive.
face, good. But I don't want him his quiet speaking
Yeah,
voice.
yeah. Even quiet speaking voice. Have you
Nope.
not watched? Have
No.
you not watched Mr. Robot?
I've not watched Mr. Robot. I've seen him in the Pacific. I've also seen him in that horrible James Bond movie that was out a couple years ago.
That wasn't a
Dude, well,
horrible James Bond.
it
movie.
wasn't, and he did, and that movie wasn't any lesser because of his role. But watch him in Mr. Robot, and you will see all of the range of emotions that you need to see to know
You know,
that he won't just be a good Doom. He'll be a good Victor Von Doom.
I thought about watching it just because Christian Slater's in it.
I do like Christian Slater.
Yeah. Dane DeHaan here.
Christian Slater was awesome in the show too. I was very pleased with his role.
So we get the Green Goblin, Harry Goblin, from the Amazing Spider-Man movies.
Oh yeah, I didn't care for that one.
Kenneth Branagh. I think he's in it. This guy was. Whenever I see this guy, he looks like Gordon Ramsay. What has he been in? Was he in the Batman? No.
Kenneth Branagh, he directed the first Thor movie.
He was in Mary. Much Ado About Nothing. Wow, he's in that.
No, he was. He directed that too. I remember watching that for school.
Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. Is there too? Avengers. He was Asgardian Distress Call. He was uncredited. Wow. Jack Ryan. That's where I know him from Shadow Crew. He was in that. He was one of the bad guys.
Oh, yo, Jack Ryan has a third season coming out on Amazon.
Yes.
I forgot about that, and then I saw a trailer the other day. I was like, "Oh yeah, John Krasinski."
Can it possibly get more woke? We'll find out.
I was talking to Rob about this.
I didn't think it had been that bad, honestly.
Not as bad as some things.
So I was talking to Rob about the just general movies coming out or just shows about just the fact that I'm at the age where I don't even look forward to Christmas anymore. I'm looking forward to see what's coming out.
That's really sad, actually.
I'm like, oh, December 22nd, awesome! I get to see Alice in Borderland season 2 finally. It's basically like Squid Games, but better.
Better than Squid Games? Everybody loves Squid Games.
Watch Alice in Borderland. You'll like it. It's on Netflix. But yeah, so that's coming out. I was like, oh, because I'm at the age that's like, we don't really. When you're older, you don't really get like gifts and stuff. You may get a card or something. We don't really get. Is where as my sister's kids get like everything. I'm like, I miss those days. So, but Christmas to me is not really about the gifts anymore, as it is more just like the hanging out and doing stuff. But like visiting family. So I like Thanksgiving and all the holidays. But yeah, I like general though. If I'm not going over for Christmas, I'm not gonna sit here and be watching Christmas stuff. I'm gonna be watching something like I'll watch The Rookie.
So did you get caught up?
I gotta watch episode 3 now.
Okay.
Because I watched the part. I watched. Oh my gosh, The Rookie! Just this show is like off the rails. Funny too because like the one girl, she's giving birth, in her room or she went to home birth pool. That she hears gunshots.
Oh, you're on that episode.
Yeah, Detective Harper. Yeah, she calls, and her fiance's like, "Oh, you're just hearing things because your hormones." And she's like, "Are you just?" I love how she calls him out this. But he's kind of like a beta male in the relationship, though. It's kind of funny.
He kind of is. He doesn't wear the pants in the relationship.
No. So the neighbors across the street apparently murdered somebody, and she sees him holding a body out. So she's about to give birth, like within the next 3 hours. She's like already in contractions. Her water breaks. So then they invade the house. Well, her boyfriend, her husband, goes out. I got a baseball bat. Ends up getting the shit kicked out of him because she tells him, "Hey, stay in the room, dumbass. They can have guns. They got to kill a guy." And she's got her gun, and he goes downstairs with the baseball bat. He's gonna do something. He gets jumped. But so when the guy's coming up, he's gonna like walking up to the room where she's in. The power's out. You don't see her, and then you see her slowly rise like a Navy SEALs out of the pool, and she's got her gun. And there's water coming out the gun. I'm like, that gun's not firing. Sorry, it's not firing. It's not meant to be water. But yeah, it was like, so when I saw that, I laughed my ass off. But overall, though, Nathan Fillion is the only thing about that show I really like because he just has that charming personality.
I like the whole cast actually. I love the other
Here and there.
guy, the lawyer.
Oh yeah, that's
Wesley's cool. His whole storyline in this season, I thought.
Lampletter's brother.
Or Iceman. He's Iceman. Before they turned him gay. This was the Iceman that was he was in the relationship with Rogue. Yeah.
Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think when it's coming out. It's like as far as stuff towards the end of it. I think this is it for the Avatar 2.
Avatar 2 is the last big movie.
Shazam got pushed back.
I think it comes out in March, I want to say, or maybe it's like a springtime or summertime movie.
But
it's going to be awesome.
But we've been going for 4 hours, man.
You've been going for
and I'm out of here.
Hours.
Later, everybody.
All right, guys.
And Skip was like, "That's too much for me. I'm out."
All right, so we're gonna end it here. I hope you guys had fun. If you made it this far, holy crap, you're awesome.
Give yourself a cookie. You've earned it.
I just couldn't figure out. I gotta praise Austin P. He left, came back 2 hours later. Stuck around. Evil Black Cat in here going strong the whole entire time. Rhaegar, thank you for showing up. Varania, you're a gem. Glinzer.
No, she's not. She's Maranya. Who's Gem?
Somebody smack this boy.
Come on,
sorry.
y'all appreciate those jokes. I try them on y'all before I try them out at like the parties and try to attract girls with them. Y'all are the guinea pigs.
Just be quiet and have the beard, and girls will talk to you.
Okay.
Is there anything else we showed up in that tonight? Undead Quen, thank you for showing up. I think that's it. And Imperial Goddess.
She probably went to go play Destiny.
You know what? She probably was the whole entire time. She does. She leaves a tablet.
Oh yeah, she might have been.
Yeah.
That's what I do when I'm playing Marvel Snap or whatever.
You know what?
Frugal gets his jokes from me.
I gotta say this though for Frugal. I went to go look for his top. He does a thing on his own channel. He does his books top 3 and the bottom 3.
Right, but his thumbnails are way more attractive normally.
It wasn't his, yeah. So basically, he does his own thing, his own best of the week, and it wasn't out. I was kind of sad. I was like kind of curious, like what does he have? So I look forward to that. I think he's probably gonna drop it tomorrow. If he hasn't already dropped it yet, check out his stuff, Captain Frugal, and then check out Ashton Comics Monday nights.
Yeah,
where we talk about the boys and other comic book nerdy news. Where we go 4 hours is just as well long as there, but we start at 11 p.m. Central.
So they go later into the night or into the morning.
This would be our second. We've already been an hour in. Yeah,
it's called late night comics for a reason.
Or early morning. It should be.
Is it really late night?
It's
late night for us. It's early for you.
Well, it starts at 9 for me.
Yeah,
late.
That's true.
I mean, Breen's already going to bed. Well, I guess he's East Coast.
Breen will pop up. I resent that, Mark. So if you there is nothing tomorrow on the Geek and Puppet Show. There might be a reading that we're going to upload, previous reading, and then check out I Love Comics. There should be a Batman tier list. Breen and I will be on there. Breen recruited me on there because he can't have a day off. I can't have a day off. So Zach, you're coming too.
Oh hell no! That's not how this works.
Yes. It wouldn't be right for me to suffer alone after you kill Franklin. It would be
right to let me live after you kill Franklin.
40 minutes later. Yes, and also if you haven't already done so, please click like and leave a comment down below after stream. Let us know what books you are getting this week and what books you're, I guess,
hating,
I guess.
Yeah. We went longer than the Game Awards. Yeah, and those go on for a while too. So that's
wait, how many Game Awards were there? Like Call of Duty this, Call of Duty that. They're like Batman.
No, it's like it's stuff like Game of the Year, Best Narrative. It's very Oscars. It's very like they do like Best Activist Game or Most Inclusion in a Game. But then there's also like Best Mobile Game, Best
okay. Well, I want to a special thank you to Ash for showing up and joining us tonight. Also, special thank you to Skip and Tosh and Eric Berbreen for both being on the channel, keeping us entertained, because we don't do that here.
What's entertainment? We don't have that.
I don't know. But overall, hope you guys had fun, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Are you not entertained?
Click,
Not with us.
Also, if you want to give us money, Ko-Fi.com/Puppatine. I need Taco Bell. It's a weekend. Later, guys.
Bye.